All right. Thanks, Paul. Want to welcome everybody to our second Habitat Council meeting for this year. My name is Eric Edgley. I'm the Habitat Section Chief and Chair of the Habitat Council for the Division of Wildlife. And yeah, welcome everybody to our meeting today. And those that are visiting, appreciate you. Hopefully nobody had too much trouble getting through the snow. We do have, I saw Ben Allen's online with us, and Drew Cushing's going to be late. So with that, let's go around the table and do some introductions of those who are part of the council and at the table, and start here with Daniel in your role.
I'm Daniel Eddington. I'm with the Division of Wildlife. I help administer the Habitat Council in the background. So,
okay.
I'm Tyler Thompson. I'm the Watershed Program Director with DNR and a permanent member of the council.
I'm Blair Stringham. I'm representing the wildlife section this morning. The better looking and hairier version of Kobe Jones. So he'll be here after lunch.
Thanks, Blair.
And Angie Wanacott, I'm representing the waterfowl section.
Okay. Lisa, go ahead.
Lisa Graham, and sorry guys, there's tons of these people, so yes.
Okay.
Randy Hutchison, the Upland rep.
Okay, thanks, Randy. I'm Eric. Allison.
I'm Allison Whitaker, Habitat Conservation Program Biologist. I'm just here to help with whatever I can.
Okay. So I guess we're missing two people right now. Steve, I don't see Steve. Yeah, so he might be trying to make his way in. And then Drew Cushing will join us shortly. But we're still okay to proceed. So, all right. Before we jump in, just a couple of things to review here. First, I want to thank all of our logistics staff to make this happen. Daniel, Allison, Lisa, Danny Summers is online with us from Ephraim. And thank the AV crew who, remember, this meeting is being streamed live over YouTube. So, Eric, watch your language. Okay. So you might have noticed, so our next Habitat Council meeting is on March 16th. Calendar item was messed up a little bit, got changed, but it's still March 16th. No plans have changed. So in case you're wondering, that meeting is out at the Eccles Wildlife Education Center in Farmington, which will be a nice venue. We've done that before. It'll be combined with Blue Ribbon group. So during the morning, we'll be, I guess, reviewing projects together. And then during the afternoon, we separate and Blue Ribbon goes and does their own thing. And then we continue on with other projects to review in the afternoon. So it is a full day and half combined with Blue Ribbon Council as well. So, and the voting on those is a little bit different too. We'll listen to all the projects that day in the morning and then basically do a group vote after that, at the end of that. And then Blue Ribbon does their own voting, their own criteria as well. So, okay, but today is kind of a normal day. But today is our upland game and waterfowl project focused day. And so with that, we need to approve our minutes from January, which includes motions and business that we conducted last time. Was there any questions about our last meeting or the minutes from that at all? Okay. Before we get on motion on that, I'll just mention that our discussion about Lee K and where that was going generated a lot of internal discussion and meetings. And so I guess as an update on that we did vote to fund that project, which is great. But we are in the process of working with Lee K, and they had already kind of started the process to create a habitat management plan for the rest of their property that's aside from the shooting range. And so we're going to be working with them and helping out however we can for them to have a broader vision of how that property is going to be managed in the future. And so who knows, there could be other projects in the future, in future years from the K, maybe not. Part of that process is deciding how projects there should be funded, especially if that's kind of a non-hunting property. But anyway, so that's an update on that project. Do I have a motion to approve these minutes?
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, thanks for that. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thanks, Angie. All right, all in favor, say aye.
I have
Any opposed, say no.
I'm going to throw out real quick. I'm glad to hear that about leachate because that was my concern.
Yeah.
So good.
And it was ours too, and it generated some discussion. The leachate properties managed from a different section out of our conservation outreach because of the gun range, and they manage all of our gun range activities. And so we didn't have a direct connection with that property. And then this kind of came up out of our central region. They wanted to do this kind of pilot project for some habitat management, and brought up, where are we going with this, And so they had already started a process where they were trying to answer those questions, and now we're engaged with them as well to help out. So we'll see where it goes. But Daniel?
Just a housekeeping item. We do have Ben Allen online
Okay.
and Drew potentially. So when we do the voting, just make sure we're
Okay.
how you want them to vote or respond.
Sounds good. Ben, I didn't give you a chance to introduce yourself. You want to do that?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, guys. Yeah, sorry I can't be there in person again. Man, I missed the last meeting, so I'm batting 0 for 2 now. But Benjamin Allen, volunteer Habitat Council with the Sportfish.
Great. Thanks, Ben. I appreciate that. Okay. Anything else before we jump into things here? All right. Okay. Before we start on that, if you're presenting for a project, and remember to come and stand up here and introduce yourself and what your role is, what organization you're from, and then we can review your project. So our first chunk of projects are from our northern region, usually on our waterfowl meeting, Upland meeting. There's a bunch of them from northern region, which is where a big chunk of our waterfowl management areas are. And so we're going to hear those first today. So with that, let's start with project number 6524, Northern Great Salt Lake Region, Phragmites and Tamarisk Mitigation.
And for those presenting, just if there's something you want to see on the database, just tell me where to go and we'll go there.
My presentation in there. While he's loading that up, I'm Troy Burgess, president, founder of Wasatch Regions Association. Most of you know me, but some of you don't. I have a couple slides.
Which one
Go
is it?
down, third one from the bottom. Right there. Let that load up. I got a couple slides to introduce the group. It's not found. Well, I have a thumb drive. I have it on my laptop. Where do you want to go?
If you have it on a thumb drive, I can upload it real quick.
Number sign.
I work as a fed. You got to come in triple and third. Then you got to find it on this thing here.
So our database is like the number sign.
We'll get all the weird stuff done on the first.
No
one.
hashtags in the database.
I have
Where's it at?
She's going to WW.
Let's go into your taxes.
It's going to TurboTax.
Now she said, right there, brief. There you go. I tried to make it simple. That's my entire business on that one. All right. Now we got technical difficulties out of the way. Hopefully I just absorbed that for everybody. Like you said, I'm Troy Burgess. I'm presenting this one. It's our first time ever doing this. So we'll jump to the next slide. So I'm going to do a quick introduction background who we are for the people that don't know us. So we started in May of 2015. So we're about 8 years old. Our vision is basically to build an organization to take care of our wetlands that will pass on to the next generation. And our mission to improve Utah wetlands through a hands-on approach. We found that helps, educate the community at a better. Next slide. Well, these are our overarching partners in conservation beyond this project. Most of them you know, some of them you are here, some of them you may not. Right? These are the partners for this particular project that we'll be briefing today. So here's the project needs. It is Phragmites and Tamarisk, provide no benefit to wildlife. They choke out the biological diversity of the native plant communities, and they disturb the plant and vertebrate communities that are birds depend upon it. They reduce the nesting habitat. Tamarisk itself will change the pH balance in the soil within the strip line, and then it kills off the native plants. It consumes up to 200 gallons of water per day for mature plants, and it just sets the stage for frag. They negatively also impact the recreational use for limited viewing and observation of opportunities, waterfowl hunting. The big point is this last part is these invasive project areas that we're going to talk about are along shorelines, and they're adjacent to waterways such as the Weber River, the Bear River, and the Willard Bay outlet channel, which all go out to these different wetlands, and they end up in Great Salt Lake, which we all know is the main refueling station for millions of waterfowl in their spring and winter migrations. Next slide. This picture shows there's a before and after in one shot. So this is the Willard Bay outlet channel. This is just a little bit about before the channel dumps into the wetland, and this is facing east. So the right hand is the south, and the left's the north. The right hand is after year one. The left hand we haven't done yet. Both sides of that channel were like the left. So that's the work that we're doing. Next slide. And so our objective is very aggressive. It's more aggressive than the states and the feds because we're basically borrowing this land and handing it back. So it's a 95% reduction in Phragmites and Tamarisk in the target areas, and then reestablish the native plants through their various ways. This year we already have a down payment to put in 900 plugs of hard stem and Upland bolus around the same area. Here in the bottom picture, you can see we were transplanting some cattail and stone, and that went good for us last year. The secondary objective is to educate the local community, and we do that through the hands-on work. And then we also have a partnership with another nonprofit called Recovering Addicts, and they've incorporated this kind of work into their addiction recovery program. So they come out. We had them out there last Saturday in the snow and the ice and the nest boxes. And they come out. They actually have 2 acres that we reserved on a refuge project for them to work all the way through the project. Next. So the description, and I know I'm kind of preaching to the choir in a lot of this, but it's a multi-year invasive species plan to control the frag and tamarisk within these different portions. The Willard Spur area, the Bear River Migratory Bird Refuge, and the Kingfisher Wetlands. We have different agreements with each one. So the locations, Willard Spur in Box Elder County, 27 total acres, 7.5 miles of shoreline. The project area, 5.5 miles of that has frag and tamarisk invasive on. You can see this is one of the shores right here. The Kingfisher Wetland, we have contractual stewardship of that with Weber County. It's a 16-acre wetland. We estimate there's 5 acres of frag in that. It's in various stages of year 1, 2, 3, and 4. Site 3 is the Bear River Refuge. Box Elder is 4 acres on that, about a half-mile shoreline. There's 3/8 of an acre that's on the Bear River. Then there's a channel that shoots off to the wetland from that. So we're doing a whole L shape on that. The total of 37 acres is 6 miles of shoreline. Next. And then there's the financials right there. The total will be $41,000 for the project. We'll do about $25,000 in kind. We're throwing in another $1,000. We're asking for 15.5. When we say we mow frag, yeah, we use the mowers and we mow frag. Ours is very labor intensive. Next. So to wrap this up, we look at what we do is every project we do is it expands the wingspan of what our partners. So every acre that we do is an acre they don't have to do. That's how we look at that. Next. Any questions? That's a long drive. There's no questions. I risked my life to come here and there's no questions.
You were just good.
I work for the Fed. I eat PowerPoints all day.
I would just like to thank you though. You guys have done a ton of work out there and realize it's incredibly physically demanding, and you've opened up a lot of the land out there. So thank you for that.
Yeah, that upper channel there, we've done that. Now all the people are in there fishing for carp. There's a secondary benefit on that.
You know, I actually do have a question. This is just,
Down
a
back
naive-
up here.
and it's just a naive question, I think, on my part. But removing Phragmite is always good.
Yeah.
But when you're removing that base bear, do we have any type of danger to the additional wave action or water?
I swear I
action?
killed this before. 1 second, I will answer that
Yeah,
question.
no, you're good.
So our plan is to revegetate. In this project, we're asking for part of that funding, we'll go to 1,800 plugs for a hard stem and alkaline bulrush. Along that channel bank, that's on the Boer property. So what we're doing is we're actually transplanting the coyote willow from one of our other sites, the Kingfisher site. We did 200 feet last year, and we got to see how that took come this spring. And when we got to the end of the summer, it looked like it was still pliable and green, so it probably took. I mean, we'll just progress that down both sides. We're allowed to do that on the Boer property. The private company, they don't want us to touch it. I can't do anything.
And that's enough. The plugs that you're planning is enough.
Well, that should help
defeat the
take some of the
erosion.
shock from the boat wakes, so it doesn't keep eating that bank now. And then there's talk about putting some dogwood trees and stuff on the top to replenish that, so they don't keep that bank, doesn't keep rolling in, and then that'll work its way down into the wetland, the sediment.
Because I know some of the projects are later specifically because of the wave action of the boat.
Yeah.
So
So our main goal is the invasive species, but there is that soil retention part. When we started talking about soil retention with the Boer and the Weaver Basin Water Conservancy District, they got a little excited. They didn't quite understand what I was talking about. So they forbid it. We put that in the MOU to talk about it later. So we just opened up the conversations last summer. We did the first experiment on it last year. So they're very open to doing it, trying to do that with vegetation so it happens cobble it. That makes sense. Anything else? That was worth the drive.
I did have a question. Maybe this is more so for Eric. Are we able to put federal aid on this one? Right now, we've got it fully housing council.
I think so. Check.
Okay,
So
I'll put it
even
on.
if we approve it as full habitat council, we can still check on that and maybe
Yeah.
adjust later on. If they need to. So,
I don't think it's gonna be much different than a lot of the other Phragmites.
right. Sorry, just for sure thing. So, thanks to Troy for doing that. These folks are passionate about waterfowl and put a lot of sweat and blood and maybe a few tears into this work. So, no, I appreciate the presentation. So,
Any other questions? Let me know.
okay, we have a motion on this one.
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay, we have a motion from Tyler.
I'll second it.
And we have a second from Randy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Ben. Any opposed? Say no. Okay, none are opposed. So motion passes. Thanks, Troy. Thank you. Okay,
So
next project.
Can I
Yeah.
ask a quick question, just a follow up on that? So as it's going through and looking at all these projects, what is the determining factor where PR money comes in? Because some of them have a good chunk of it, other ones that appear to be a similar type project don't have any of it. Why?
So a lot of the waterfowl management areas are written into the federal aid grant that we have. And so all the waterfowl management areas are listed as a property where federal aid can have money put towards it. So in order to get the federal aid money, it has to be identified somehow within our grants that we submit to the Fish and Wildlife Service. So that's why a lot of the waterfowl management areas are always matched with federal aid, is because they are all actually listed in that grant that we have. Blair, Eric, anybody else want to add to that?
I think we modified it a year or two ago to include like Forest Garden State Land property and a few other things like that. So I think it meets all the requirements, but I can check. We're doing that again for next fiscal year. Next fiscal year.
So we'll double check that and make sure that these type of projects can always be included. Part of it depends on where and what, and so we definitely have the what. Yeah. So yeah, we'll double check on that.
And a lot of our actual wildlife management areas are not necessarily always on that list. The waterfowl are, but the wildlife ones aren't always on that list. So it just kind of depends on the area and what's in the actual grant.
Question, thanks. Okay, our next project, 6549 Cache Valley Upland Game Habitat Improvement. Glad you could make it, Shane.
Yeah. It's my life here to get here too.
Yeah, I bet.
All right, so this project.
Introduce yourself first, if you want, Shane.
It's your last time.
It's okay.
Again, my name is Shane Hill, Northern Region Habitat Restoration Biologist. This project is Cache Valley Upland Game Habitat Improvement Project. After some discussions with a number of sportsman groups and seeing the area myself, we decided to do some work to improve upland game habitat. With the goal to improve recreational opportunities, alleviate nuisance turkey issues in the valley, and to increase winter survival of upland game. So this is a project comprised of a number of smaller projects scattered throughout the valley. If you zoom out, you might be able to see, I don't know if it'll show up very well on this map, of all the different areas that we done work. And what we want to do at each of the sites is treat the ground with, seed with the rangeland drill and with persistent native species to get long-term feed and for upland game and at these sites, as well as plant plugs and seedlings or bare root stock of mass-bearing shrubs and trees, with the intent to increase cover and get food above the snow in the winter at these sites. So at each of those sites, that's what we would do. But at two of the sites that are Richmond WMA, we would there's a dilapidated spring head here that we have water rights to that had it has a pipe already at it, but it's just kind of coming out. Cattle are trampling around and making a mud hole or anything there. I want to tap that with the solar pump to irrigate the plants in the area to the east of the spring, as well as improving that spring head to reduce erosion and improve water quality there. And then at our other site, if you click on, it's included in that one. So at our East Fork of Little Bear, not this one.
Not this one.
Yeah, it's the southern part of the valley by Porcupine Reservoir, further south. Probably the most southern south, but no, not that one. Down by Avon. Yeah. Okay. So we recently closed this area to camping and built a fence around the parking lot right here, and we'd like to rehab the area by bulldozing, removing the top layer of gravel, and then doing the same treatment as we did at the other sites of seeding and planting shrubs and trees. And that's details.
You can see images.
I didn't get any in there. Finance. So we're asking for money for shrubs and trees, and seed, and solar pump for this project. And this is a partnership with Pheasants Forever, National Wild Turkey Federation, and Forest Service. Any questions?
Questions? Brandy?
Sorry, guys, this is my meeting, well, our meeting. But one, I actually really like this project. Was going to reading it. Really cool. I'm excited about it. I was curious. One, I've written down. I don't think any of these lands qualify for PR money down from our earlier conversation, because that is one thing I wrote down on this one.
I'll have to go verify that,
Okay.
but I would guess they probably are.
Okay. The other thing, on the title page, you listed a whole bunch of areas, like, hey, all these areas in the WMAs. But on your detail, on the project detail, you only list 2 areas that you're actually working.
But I guess those 2 areas are the ones where we're doing different treatments or extra treatments, but then doing the same thing as we are at all those other areas on the map.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
I
So the Richmond WMA where we're doing the solar pump and fencing around the spring and irrigating the plants to ensure that they survive. We have that opportunity at that site. And then the bulldoze in our East Corner bulldoze.
Okay. But all the other things that you're listing in there that are being done are going to hit all those other WMAs that you have listed. on the
Yes,
title.
and one Forest Service property.
Okay, super.
Cool.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Good motion on this one.
I'll make the motion to tentatively approve it.
Okay, we have a motion from Randy. Do we have a second? Thanks, Aaron B. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. Thanks, everyone. That one passes. Thanks, Shane. 6600 Upland Wetland Habitat Enhancement and Wildlife Condition, Salt Creek, Public Shooting Grounds, WMA. How you doing, Arlo? Good.
Have it one on that, or it's on
Is this the same one Rich sent over? Or is it a different one?
different one.
I think it's on the website. isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but for ease. Well, it should be the only thing on there. My name's Arlo Wing, the Division of Wildlife Resources. I'm the Assistant Manager at Salt Creek and Public Shooting Grounds Waterfowl Management Areas in Box Elder County. This is basically our annual request for funding for technicians and all of our upland and some wetland planting projects. So. Right open.
See that pop up.
It's on the website. So again, as part of this request, we're looking for funding for our technicians, which are really the backbone of the waterfowl management areas. Managers, assistant managers, we can't get much done by ourselves, which was pretty evident this last year, at least up at our area. We weren't able to find anybody to come work for us for what we could pay. At the time, we were basically limited to, I think, a little over $12 an hour to start technicians. When you've got places like McDonald's, Krispy Kreme donuts that are all starting at $14 or more an hour. So we couldn't find any help. I think Farmington Bay struggled. They found one. Ogden Bay, they were lucky to find 2 technicians to work for them. So go ahead and move to the next slide. So a lot of what we do with the money, again, there's shrub row plantings in areas, either new plantings we add, plants to areas that didn't do so well, or for some reason the irrigation water didn't reach them, or we create new areas on the WMAs. So, wheat plantings, so we do an annual food plots for upland game. Usually winter wheat or triticale, what we put in anywhere from 17 to 25 acres kind of scattered throughout the WMA. And if we get a good water year, that's what it looks like. So we leave that standing. Sandhill cranes come and use it heavily, as well as other game birds in the area. So go to next.
Millet and sorghum. We do this, or we've been trying this, and it's been working out fairly well for us. We're trying to expand it into a few different areas, and basically just water and how to get the water there has been our biggest challenge. But so far, it's working out really well. Next, this is one of our annual food plots. We actually have an old wheel line in place, so we use it every year. Plant some sorghum and millet there. It comes out really well. Or next. Perennial planting. So along with the annual food plots, we kind of move around the WMA. We'll plant anywhere from 30 to upwards of 70 acres each year with annual perennial grasses, the seed mix that we get from GDRC. And usually when we do this, we're looking about 2 to 3 years before we see any results, if anything's going to come up or not. So we kind of developed a seed mix over the years that does okay. Our soils aren't the best, so it can be difficult. Okay, go ahead, next slide. 2 years ago, Habitat Council funded some island restoration work on Salt Creek WMA. Up here on that upper left corner, right, whichever way you're looking at it, you see the bare islands. They're basically exposed to wave action. Erosion was pretty harsh on the islands. It kind of shrunk down. We drained the WMA, dried it out, had a contractor come in and rebuild those islands for us. And then we started filling it again. When the water kind of got to where we needed it, we brought in some wetland sod mats, kind of in the center there, and some wetland plant plugs. And then within probably a month or so, they really started taking off and they're protecting those islands from erosion. Next. And of course, the Phragmites project. And this is kind of where we hit a speed bump last year. Again, without having the technicians or as many technicians as we normally have, we weren't able to cover as much acreage as we normally would. So we had to cut it back a little bit, and then we also contracted out with a private company to spray areas that we just didn't have time to get to. So that's some of the equipment that we use to spray those areas. Again, technicians are extremely important. Water management, goose and duck banding, fence construction or repairs, trapping. We've been cleaning fish screens, what we're trying to do in areas for doing carp control or carp exclusion. If you want to go to the basin, the funding. So this year we're asking for $96,000 total. Go back up. So this is kind of the breakdown: motor pool, personal services. We did have to increase our personal services budget request from last year to this year. There's been some changes that have been made in policy and the state job descriptions to where we can actually start our technicians at it's $14.55 start now. So with that, we'll hopefully be able to get some help. Uniform, seed, that kind of thing. Contractual services. So up in our area, we're able to hire the Bear River Co-op. They'll come out and do some of our, like in our large plots, they'll come out and spray herbicide for us. They can also put the seed down in a matter of hours, or with the equipment we have, it can take a few days to do each task. So they're relatively cheap. So materials and supplies, fuel, fence, irrigation equipment repairs, all that. Down on the bottom there, that's new this year as well. Equipment rental, that's for the lease of a compact track loader, track skid steer. Very important piece of equipment that currently we've had to basically borrow from other WMAs, and that can be quite the chore when everybody's trying to use it at the same time. So I'll go ahead. So for the split, we're asking 9,000 from the Habitat Council, federal aid 72,000, and then SFW has committed to 15,000. So any questions? Or... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I just had a request for Angie. There's quite a few of these that have SFW. Some of them say 150, some of them say 350.
Yeah, Troy and I have to sit down and have that conversation, but tell me what you need,
Well, just to look through those and then confirm with me what it needs to be.
where it goes.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say, I actually really like this project as well. I like how, what you get built in that area out there. And this, normally I don't whine about percentages in this meeting, because this is the most important meeting that we have all year, after all. But I know I'm losing money this year. In Upland. I'll be very surprised if that bill doesn't pass, unfortunately. Do you think that's a realistic breakdown? Because it seems like you're doing a fair amount of work on those islands and stuff for the waterfowl.
Well, the islands are done. That's
Oh,
an old
true. That's
project.
true, yeah.
We are, I think, we're asking for 15,000 this year for additional plugs and sod mats to hit some of the areas that didn't get revegetated prior to this. So, but yeah, I think that's pretty fair breakdown.
I think that's what it's been.
Yeah.
Like for many years.
That's it. Okay, good. Perfect.
I wouldn't be opposed to changing a little bit, but it's I think it's pretty close.
You know, I bet non-game could go up.
Actually, the non-game does benefit from some of the.
Oh, no, absolutely.
So just kind of threw that in there.
Any other questions on that? A lot of good work happens in that area. So
Thanks.
do we have a motion on this project?
On the motion, and maybe approved for something.
Blair, a second?
I'll second.
Yeah. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying no? Okay, motion carries.
There, if you have second one.
I put Angie's name down there. Okay. Next project, State Canal Water Control Structure funding.
So we put all our projects in that ballot point, or if we just try to put them.
Yeah, we can do that.
So before you get started, I'm just gonna say that this is on the funding side, this is a big dollar project and it's very necessary. And so maybe when we get to that point, we'll talk about how I think what we're gonna end up with will be a lot different than how it shows in the database. So when you get there, we'll talk.
This water control
Yeah.
structure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we did that one last time.
Okay.
So this will be, so we're gonna start with, Farmington Bay maintenance,
Oh, okay.
6651, yeah.
So down,
They're a little out of order.
not state controlled. It's not a state canal. Okay. Okay.
I'm David England. I'm the assistant manager at Farmington Bay. Welcome to Farmington. Next slide. So yeah, this is a project that we do every year. This is the Farmington Bay maintenance project. It's going to be a little redundant with just what Arlo was talking about. The biggest component to this project is the funding for our seasonal technicians. Just to give you a little background, what we expect our technicians to start out doing when they first come on. This is a map of Farmington Bay. Everything that's in blue is our dike roads, and they are expected to come in and do a lot of spring weed spraying. Most often, we have to hit these dikes twice. It's about 52 miles of dike roads that we have at Farmington. There is a little bit of uplands around the headquarters that we also spray every year. And then also during the summer, we'll be spraying purple loosestrife. And then, of course, in August, they're going to be assisting with the Phragmites project. Next slide. So at Farmington, the photo there on the left, our technicians are resetting our buoys in the rest area. A couple of years ago, we switched to a buoy system to mark the outline of the rest area. And they work great until ice gets on the units. As soon as we get ice on the units and some of that wind or it starts breaking up, it moves those buoys, even though there's a 50-pound drag on them, it doesn't matter. The ice is just too strong. So every summer we have to go back, pull those up, and reset those. They also help us with a large-scale revegetation project. Here's a couple years ago, we revegged Teal Lake, the dike there. And then the photo here on the right is one of our water control structures. Believe it or not, we have a lot of beavers at Farmington, and they cause a lot of problems. And so the technicians help us maintain all the water control structures, clean them out. We have over 200 water control structures on the area. So next slide. They also help us plant food plots, plant fields like Arlo's mentioned. Next slide. Also, a big part is helping with facilities, maintain facilities. At Farmington, we have to post a lot of signage. A lot of signage gets damaged throughout the year. So here, last year, we reposted the entire buffer zone on the south end of Farmington. It was a big project. We had a lot of folks that were going across the buffer zone boundary into the private duck clubs. So now we've kind of made it harder for them to explain to us why they cross the buffer zone area. Also, they help us with fencing, repairing fencing, putting up new signs. And next slide. They help with goose banding, duck banding, like Arlo said. Yes. Okay, and so I know we've said this in the past in these projects that this funding for the seasonal technicians go way farther than just all the work that's on the WMA. Photo there on the left, that's Sean Stuckey. Sean worked for us for about 5 years. He just recently graduated police academy. He's a CEO now. He's going to be down in Morgan County. Talon, he worked for us for about 4 years. He is now Dave Lee's assistant down in the central region. So just to, that this funding goes way farther than, just helping us at Farmington, but also kind of the future of the division. So.
Sean looks uncomfortable.
Well, look at that guy standing next to him.
Not every day you get to meet Santa Claus.
Next slide. Okay, so the next big component to this project is replacing water control structures. Water control structures on the WMA, are the most vital tool that we have for creating habitat. And we have a lot of these old structures with steel pipe. You can see there on the left, they start getting holes, they start breaking down, and then water will start going out through that and then breaking our dikes down. So every year we find new ones that are need replacement, and that's where we need some help with some funding there. Next slide. So here's a breakdown. After Arlo's presentation, I realized I made a mistake on our personal services for our technicians at 29,000. That should be 35,000. I apologize for that. That's with that increase with the 1455 hourly rate. So that would bump it up to, what is that, $60,500, and we're asking 25% from Habitat Council and 75 from federal aid.
So there should be 35.
Correct.
I just want to say, I appreciate you pointing out the fact that these jobs are kind of a recruiting point for the division. So I've always thought that, this area and maybe Range Trend and some others are extremely important for showing folks what working for the division is all about. I'm glad we can pay them more so that that's not an obstacle, but I appreciate that.
Okay, any questions? Excuse
How long do those water control structures hold up before you have to either replace or repair?
That's sort of like an unknown, oh, sorry.
Well, so I would say we're getting away from the steel pipe. We're actually using HDPE pipe, which is supposed to last for a lot longer than the steel pipes. So,
we'll see, but hopefully.
yeah, we'll see.
Good question. Any other questions?
I'll motion to approve it.
Okay, a motion from Tyler, do we have a second? Okay, thanks, Angie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed, say no. All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, which one are we going to next?
We are gonna go to 665A. This is the Farmington Bay Dike Line Restoration.
Okay.
For those of you that don't know me, I'm Jason Jones. I've been at Farmington Bay for about 18 years. I'm the manager up there now. So this is our dike line restoration project, and I just want to say last year we asked for some dike line restoration money, and the price of cobble shot up in between the time we asked for the money and the time we got it. But I think Dave and I figured we need 17,000 yards of cobble to do all the areas we identified, and basically with the $115,000 we asked for, we could get about 1,700 cubic yards. So we have to come back and ask for some more material, and it's obviously going to be a multi-year thing. But in the past, we tried to do a lot of like native plantings on our dike lines because wind and wave action, as you guys can imagine, is taking out our dikes, and then our maintenance crew comes back in and they rebuild our dikes, and then they fall back in the water. And there's a lot of places of Farmington where the wind and waves they're just so bad for boats. Or the wind that we haven't been able to save them with native planting. So we want to reslope, add dirt and add cobble to save our dike lines. If you go to the next slide. So originally, we identified we really need to repair up here on the State Canal, and we need to repair about 2 miles on the Turpin unit. But with the price of cobble and what we're expecting to get, like I said, we're going to get about 1,700 cubic yards from last year's project. But what we needed was 17,000 cubic yards. So we kind of scaled it back just to focus on the Turpin unit. We're going to need another 2,700 cubic yards of cobble, and we're going to need about 3,800 cubic yards of fill material. And just so you guys know, we're out of fill material, and we're out of any rock at Farmington Bay. We're 90% wetlands. And if for any of you who've ever been out there, Goose Egg Island was basically our fill material. And that's like a tourist attraction now. And we've cut into it as far as we can. We found a couple more places we could cut into it this year, but there's basically a cliff dropping off right behind all the monument signs. If we could go to the next slide. This is our Till Lake project, and this is what I'm kind of going for on these sections that we just haven't been able to save with native plantings. We want to go with a 3-to-1 slope and a 12-inch thick layer of cobble. And, it's going to be a multi-year project, and we really need to do this. We're hoping we get the material, then our maintenance crew guys can do the work. If we could hit the next slide. So I might have a funding partner on this for a little piece of money. I don't know yet. We have to see how their money falls out, but we're asking for a bunch of money here. We're always trained in the past not to ask for a lot of money, and that's maybe not right because these places are falling apart. We're asking for $500,000 almost here. 75% can come from federal aid and 25% is from Habitat Council. And basically we need dirt with random fill material to rebuild the dike, and then we need cobble to put over that. That's the project. Does anybody have any questions?
Who's your other partner?
SFW.
That was my question, because last year this had SFW on it.
We just don't know what, we're still trying to figure out budget wise. We will donate. I just don't know the number yet.
Thanks for that.
Eric, I'm guessing this is where you're gonna talk about the money side of things, but
I was going to talk about on the state canal project.
is that a state
So
now?
not this one. Okay.
Well, I'm asking, well,
Yeah.
and if it needs to be put off, I'm okay putting it off.
Mhm.
But all the money that was set aside last year by the legislators, and I think it's another $20 million this year for this type of thing, can any of that money be directed towards this?
That's a really good question. That's what I was going to talk about.
Okay,
State canal
I'll wait.
project. No, we can address it now is we potentially can apply for money for that. So with that money that was allocated last year and any additional money that's allocated to the Great Salt Lake Trust, they're still about, I don't know, Eric, 4 or 5 months out from being able to allocate that money. And so, yeah, anything that qualifies for that, we're gonna apply for that, some of that money.
And we'll have that information by the time of our last meeting in April, hopefully.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Okay, did you want to clarify any of that? Paul? Okay.
We're that 3 to 6 months out.
Okay.
There's some slow process.
Yeah. So on the state canal project that'll come up later, it's even a much bigger ask, and it directly goes to water for us as well as just water for the lake. And so we'll be asking for that full amount, the trust amount. So we'll probably, when we get to that project, I'll probably make a recommendation for the council to adjust some of those numbers, but just know that that's kind of a spitball numbers on there and on this as well. We can try to look to fund some of this stuff through Great Salt Lake Trust. Anything that qualifies, we try to take it straight.
And show material for you if it work. We'll just have to truck it there.
I'll just have to truck it there.
I'll load it for you.
Okay, bring your shovel.
Bring a shovel. Okay.
He'll load it, but bring your shovel.
If anybody's, but this is kind of how we broke stuff down at Farmington. I usually go 90 waterfowl and non-game down there just because we're such a waterfowl focused area. So
Hey, one question. I know we've been working with DU on Knockergrass, Great Salt Lake. Do you have any conversations with them about some of these bigger projects? being
So,
part of
yeah,
Knockergrass?
we've had DU out, and I was gonna just mention it a little more in the structure, but yeah, we've tried to, I've been talking to Audubon and DU about these big projects. I've had DU on out to see this, out to see the state canal structure, and talking about NACA grants. I mean, I'm trying to work up some funding here, so.
Okay, any other questions on this one?
I'll make the motion to approve it, but I think that offer of fill material might change your budget quite a bit.
It could, I mean, we'd have to work out, see, we share a maintenance crew between all the guys too, so we have to work out sharing maintenance crew, when we can drive dump truck and all this kind of stuff, so it's not totally straightforward. Maintenance crews at Rich's Chad's right now, and then they'll be at Rich's, see, we have that kind of stuff too, so.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve it and have you work it out and bring it back.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Tyler and we have a second from Randy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, before we move on, I'll just mention Drew Cushing, our aquatics management section chief, has joined us now on the council. Thanks for joining us. So.
Sorry, I was late.
No problem. Okay, I still haven't heard from Steve at all, but anyway, hopefully he's fine. Maybe he's still stuck in the can. Okay, Next project, which one are you going to now?
We're going to 6618. This was our cooperative track hole lease. For several years, the waterfront managers have been renting and sharing a track hoe. The other managers can jump in if they need to. I'm just going to wing it out of my head here. Obviously, as we just saw, our areas are constantly falling apart, or we have major sedimentation issues. And how we fix that is this long reach track hoe, whether it reaches in and cleans the sediment, repairs dikes, or repairs holes for muskrats and beavers. Maybe we're going to set a footbridge with it. We all do all kinds of work with these long reach track hoes. Rich has built a few new dikes with the long reach track hoe up here. Back in the day, we used to have a guy that ran a drag line. Most folks don't know what that is now. So this is a pretty important project for us all to share. Basically how it works, when we have maintenance crew, this will come down on the semi. We have to hire out the semi. It'll come to Farmington. When it goes to Ogden, we hire out the semi. It goes to Ogden or it goes up to public shooting grounds. And we have one of our main crew guys will run it, and Rich also has some volunteers that can run this track out. Let's hit the next slide and see what we got. Again, our dikes fall apart. These guys come in, rebuild the dikes. And that's why obviously I want to get cobble. I'm tired of seeing those guys rebuild dikes and then have them fall in the water. Some areas that's not the case, but areas where we have major wind is the case. I think this is a dike they built for Rich up at Ogden. Is that right, Rich? So these guys are doing a lot of work, good work with the long reach track out.
They're cleaning the channel and sediment out of the channel and they're rebuilding the dike.
Right.
So a couple of birds.
So basically, we feel like this is a super important project to keep going. We've been doing well cooperating with it. So I think the next slide is probably our budget. It is basically the same as last year. The lease went up slightly. I think it had been 42,000. Now it's 46. We have some transport in there. It's, 800 or 900 every time we transport. So we've got $3,000 for the transport, $9,000 for fuel. Again, it's 25% Habitat Council and 75% federal aid. And we have some of this volunteer hours in here. Rich has volunteers running the track up there. So that's pretty much that project.
Any questions on this one?
Motion to approve it.
Okay, motion from Tyler, you have a second?
Second.
Okay. I'll put Randy on.
Doesn't make any difference.
Okay, so motion from Tyler, a second from Randy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Where are we going to next?
This is the last project we have up, and Eric kind of mentioned it's a bit of a placeholder project. We don't have the engineering in place yet, and we don't have the funding in place, but Eric advised me we need to have a project in. So I'm just going to take a minute and talk about the project. Last year, of course, we asked for funding for the engineering. So this structure, so imagine the Jordan River is coming down through Salt Lake, and at 1700 South, it's diverted towards Farmington Bay and the New State and the Burnham Duck Clubs, or diverted out towards the South Shore Clubs and the lake. And there's supposed to be a 50-50 split there. So it comes down towards Farmington Bay to what we call the State Canal. So back in the day, the state had to ask for a right-of-way through some private property. And the State Canal goes through private property. And this is a structure the state owns that we've kind of agreed to maintain. We're supposed to be able to use this structure to manage water. For instance, maybe we could stop all water and it could go to New State, or we could take the water and it could come to us. But you could see somebody has to jump out on top of that to manage it. The water comes, around it. It doesn't really function anymore. And so, of course, last year we asked for money for engineering. And that's easier said than done too. The river basically has to be shut off to get the engineer in there. And that's happening Saturday for about 2 weeks. We're shutting the river down. And the engineer is going to try to do all his survey work so we can get an actual plan. But what we want is a water control structure that has diesel power that it's automated. We're also trying to work stream gauging into this, because stream gauging has been such everybody wants to know how much water is coming in, or what if we buy water shares? Can we see if they're coming in? At these times, you know, when the lake's disappearing, people have questions about how much water's coming in. Well, a lot of folks on areas like we manage can't tell you how much water's coming in. We can look at this, there's a USGS gauge at the 1700 south split that we can look at. We can see how much water's come down. After that, we're not sure. So we're also trying to work stream gauging into this project. We're talking to the USGS and water rights. Both of them have experience with maintaining the equipment and putting the equipment on their websites. So that's something else we're trying to work in this project. But my wild guess on the budget, of course, I've had DU out here. I've been talking to Audubon. How can we get money for this? How can I fund it? My guess is $1 million. Really, I think it's going to be $1.5 million. We need like a big diesel generator out here to automate the gates. We're looking at like a tilting weir type of gate on half of it, and the other half we're looking at putting a stop log type structure in. And that's so if we had to move sediment, we would pull all the logs. But we want to be able to go push a button so that somebody doesn't have to do this. This is super dangerous, and we're hoping it will last for quite a while after like I'm gone. So this is kind of the project, and I don't have a lot of great other details because the engineering is going on right now. So
I'm going to go to the budget page. At least kind of just
that's a guess.
start looking at it. You said it was $1 million. Very good chance it's more.
Yeah.
But
And the other hard part is this kind of work, we're going to have to work it out so it's done right this time of year. We can't just shut that river down in May when the waters come down. We can't shut the river down in the summer. Everything's going to have to fall into place. So
they did bring this project and ask if they should run it through Habitat Council this year or wait a year since it's in the engineering phase. But I told them let's review it. There's a hyper focus on the Great Salt Lake right now, as you all know. And so what I was going to say here is we're going to look to fund all of this through the Great Salt Lake Trust. And but there could be a need for some seed money from Habitat Council or from other funds that we'll also look into. You're looking at other partners, other monies that are out there. There's just a lot of money being thrown at Great Salt Lake right now. And so we'll do our best to use the least amount of Habitat Council if we need to, as possible. But so we're bringing this project. We've adjusted the numbers on here, looking at 950 is the other Great Salt Lake Trust, and then maybe around 50,000 will come from Habitat Council.
Kind of maybe a ridiculous question, but this doesn't qualify for something the DFCM would fund?
Good question. Maybe Eric, any thoughts on that?
I don't.
Okay.
It'd be worth checking.
Okay.
It seems like this is what they do.
And would they fund it or just implement it?
Fund it. And that would include the design. So this seems like the reason I say that is state structures, buildings, parking lots, fences. That's what they fund is the replacement and maintenance of those structures. So it'd be worth checking.
yeah, maybe. I mean, in my mind, it's partly infrastructure, partly habitat.
Right.
So, I mean, we'll have engineering on it. I told engineering, I tell them May to be done with the engineering. Then we'll have an idea what we're looking at. So.
No, that's good recommendation. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, I haven't.
You're right. DFCM funds those bigger structure buildings and structures projects. So let's look at that too.
This, sometimes they manage the projects too, which is nice because
They do, and they'll help you with the design and cost estimates and everything. So they'll set you up with the bidding process and everything. It's just whether it qualifies or not is a question, but this sure seems like, division property and structure.
Okay.
There's also an RFA out of our appropriations subcommittee that for water rights measurement and data enhancements for $5 million. And if I remember the presentations specifically, they were talking about this type of gauging station need for water coming into the Great Salt Lake. So
Automated systems.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the hard part about the gauging is like, we need a somebody that does that. And like the USGS will do that and they'll maintain the equipment, but it's gonna cost us 17,000 a year. And, of course, we need somebody that knows what they're doing to maintain the equipment, so we have to figure that part out too.
I just think the gauging angle is gonna be huge for what's going on the Great Salt Lake. So we need to make sure that, I know you guys need the structure for what you need it for, but the gauging part of it, I think might get it paid for, honestly.
So with that said, my recommendation is we did bring it to the council in case we need some money here, but project's being heard here and he's requesting approval. My recommendation is that the council could make a motion to approve this pending researching all of these funding sources, including Great Salt Lake Trust and these others to push most or all of the funding to those. That would be my recommendation to the council. Any other thoughts on that? Okay. Do we have
I
a
can make a
motion?
motion to do what you just said.
Okay.
So I don't have to repeat it.
You got that? Or you got that, Lisa? Okay, we have a motion from Angie. Do we have a second?
not yet.
A second from Blair. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, none are opposed. We'll see where we land on this one. Thanks. Okay. We were out of order quite a bit. So Hooper Slough water gauge is what I have on my list next. Rich is excited.
Yes, I am. Good to hear.
Okay.
Is it all in that PowerPoint?
No, but the PowerPoint is just an update on FY 23 projects. I'll go through that really fast just to.
You want to just do the Hooper Slough then?
Let's do the PowerPoint first and just get that over with. And so I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I just wanted to give an update on the projects that we have going on right now. Go ahead. Carp control project. We killed carp at Howard Slough last year. It was amazing. We drew it down. We dropped the ice on them last year. And it was weird because they actually made their own pond. Like we dropped it right on the mud. And it was amazing with that many fish, how they just kicked the mud out and made their own little pond. We were able to just treat them right in that. So rather than doing a drip like we traditionally do, we went out there and kind of just surface treated it. So just crazy how many there were. And next photo. And then there wasn't a ripple in the water when we got done. We were really efficient there. Next photo. And these things, this was a project that we did a couple of years in a row, or it was a multi-project deal. We had to replace some water control structure so we get rid of the water. So these carp have been growing for years and years. We'd never done a carp treatment out there. So, 36-inch carp, those things were huge footballs, and we killed tens of thousands of them. Just the amount that we killed was incredible. Sago pondweed, and next photo. Sago pondweed on both ponds was amazing. That's the north pond. South pond looked equally as good. Ducks responded to it. The swans responded to it. And carp control projects are just amazing. What the bang we can get for our buck. Taking the carp out, we produce amazing sago. So, okay. And this project here's our East Dike Repair project. We've got a half mile of it done that our maintenance crew did. That's what the dike looks like. It's not safe to drive right now. And Ducks Unlimited actually got a knock-up project to finish this dike. The thing that we're doing with number 6083 is we're buying a bunch of these big boulders for the riprap. And like Jason said earlier, that stuff is expensive. I was expecting $60 a ton delivered. The RQS came back yesterday and the low bid was $84 a ton delivered. So, rather than the 2,500 ton I was expecting, we're gonna get about 1,800 tons. So I'm working with the Ducks Unlimited engineer to see where we can cut, if we can take a layer off the top or whatever it takes, just so we get that project done this year. Okay, next.
Upland wetland enhancement, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on that because it's pretty redundant. We're pretty similar to Salt Creek, Farmington Bay, but we planted thousands of trees and shrubs this year. It was awesome. This is a FFA group out of Summit County that came down to their high school. They actually grew a lot of those plants in their greenhouse.
Is that Wasatch High?
Yes, thank you, Angie. Wasatch High. They grew the plants in their warehouse. We purchased them, and then they actually came out and helped us plant them. So it was an awesome project. Next. Another project along the North Edgley River, we planted, another 1,000 trees and shrubs. So it was all DWR personnel. Great thing that we've had, thanks to SFW and their assistance, is we've been able to purchase a bunch of high pressure pumps. We have some of our cattle grazers that have purchased 3-inch irrigation pipe for us. So now we can sprinkle irrigate all of these. And the nice thing about this sprinkler irrigation is with these last few years, it's been so hot and dry that when we plant our crops for the pheasants, the sorghum, corn, any grains like that, it's been so dry that we never would have got germination. But now we can plant and we can irrigate it up, and we've had some great fields. We had 7 different fields that were probably somewhere between 15 and 18 acres. They grew great. Thanks to the technicians. I mean, these guys spent a lot of time talking about the technicians. If it weren't for the technicians, we would not be able to have any of these fields, and we would not be able to plant the thousands of trees and shrubs that we are planting. Go ahead. And this is, we're getting pretty savvy with all of our sprinkler irrigation. You can see we've got 4 different lines going at the same time to irrigate one of our food plots up. Food plots get a lot of positive feedback from the pheasant hunters. We concentrate pheasant release program in these areas. Hunters are going out and they feel like they're getting a real pheasant hunt out of it, hunting in good cover, and they're very appreciative. So, pheasant or our Habitat Forever specialist position, 5945. Took us a long time to get that rolling, but this is a partnership with SFW, Pheasants Forever, and Division of Wildlife Resources. That's Wyatt Hansen, who's back there. He is our specialist. And Wyatt was also a technician for 3 years prior to getting this. So these technician positions are awesome to get the people that we need on the ground. When we had the interviews through Pheasants Forever with this, we interviewed 8 people. And just with Wyatt, Wyatt's awesome anyways, one of my favorite technicians I've ever had. But like Wyatt's up here and the rest of the people who interviewed were way down here. Just the knowledge we developed, the experience we develop on the ground. It's awesome where our guys are going. Like Cash Hancock was also a long-term technician. He just finished post. He's now a CO. So just exciting what these technicians are moving on to do. Wilkesburg parking lot expansion project. This area up at Wilkesburg, now that it's a WMA with all the publicity that it got, what were there, like 90 boats the hunting season after it became a WMA up there. They were parked from the parking lot all the way up to I-15. So we saw that we had a real need to expand the parking lot. You see how small the parking lot is there. It's ridiculous right by the boat launch. It's been a challenge working with the Army Corps of Engineers because we are having to fill a little bit of wetland to expand that parking lot. We finally got the permits from the Corps, and we're actually having to do some mitigation to mitigate for the impacts that we've had on those. So next.
Quick question. I swear, did this come up last year? Or am I thinking of it?
Yes, because we've had carryover for a couple of years now.
Of the current year project.
You're right, because it's just been such a long process with the Army Corps of Engineers to get our permits, so it's carried over a couple of years. So this is what we're going to do for the mitigation. There's about 100 acres on North Weaver Delta of Ogden Bay that are shallow playas like this. It's been a severe limiting factor for our upland game out there. Now that we have the mitigation, it's in place, Colton's put down RQS for a pump to pump the water to all of these playas and fill them up. I really think our pheasants and quail are going to do amazing out there, as well as waterfowl production by being able to build these playas up thanks to the pump, the project. So that's moving forward. We'll have the pump. We'll have this all flooded up for this summer, and I'm really excited to see what happens. So, okay, the center dike repair project. You couldn't see how, Jason touched on this. It's incredible. A lot of these areas were built in 1937. Harold Crane was built in 1958. They did the best they could then with a little bit of rock, but things weren't riprap the way they were. Vegetation wasn't planted along, and I think Colton might have driven out there because that's a 20-year-old truck that we've been trying to get replaced for a long time, and we're hoping it'd fall. No. But you see how bad it is there. So that, planning on moving forward, we're going to drain both ponds and put that out to bid 1st of July and hopefully get that taken care of. Where it is, we probably will be asking for carryover because we were hoping that we'd be able to do it early summer, but just with the runoff that's coming, no way we're going to be able to bypass all that water. We're going to have to run a lot through Harold Crane to get that done. So we'll definitely be asking for carryover to try to do it late July, early August this year. Okay. That's all of the updates I have on.
Well, this is last year's projects that we ran through council to fund.
Yes, I know we're currently working on now. So just an update, doing awesome things out there. Just want to show that off a little bit.
Cool, thanks, Rich.
Yes. So the Hooper Slough water gauge.
This is a new project to fund for the coming fiscal.
This project was necessary because Audubon just purchased a water right in Hooper Slough, but we have to measure that. So basically, it's installing a weir. We're asking for $10,000. We're installing a weir, and we're going to put a water gauge in there that we can just visually measure, just to make sure that we're getting the water that was purchased. We're asking for $2,500 from Habitat Council, and federal aid will cover the rest. Do you have anything to add to that, Eric?
It was a water right that we bought with the partners.
So could this potentially also qualify for Great Salt Lake Trust money? So we'll look to that as part of the motion, I would think. But
okay. Pretty straightforward. 100% waterfowl. So that's all I have on this one.
Okay, any questions or follow-ups? So I guess I'll just mention again, with the hyper focus on Great Salt Lake, water measurement is kind of one of the new things that's going to have to dictate what happens with a lot of this new water that could be coming, or it could just be codifying or, authorizing what actually has already been there probably for a lot of years that just wasn't really accounted for and wasn't measured per se. And now it's going to be measured. So it's really important as all of this focuses on Great Salt Lake that we start having good measurements that hopefully this will be advantageous to us. Maybe in some cases it might hurt us, but hopefully not. Anyway, so we're probably going to see more stuff like this, but we'll try to run as much of these projects through Great Salt Lake Trust as well. So yeah, do we have a motion on this one?
I'd make the motion to tentatively approve it. Now, is there any reason to add on check to see if we can get some money from the trust fund? Or is that just an assume? Can we assume that's going to happen?
I think you can assume that's going to happen.
Okay.
Or anything that, these projects.
No need to add that.
Okay, we have a motion from Randy. Do you have a second? Okay, second from Blair. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Okay. Next one. 29. So Ogden Bay WMA Upland and Wetland Enhancement FY24.
Okay, and this is very similar to what Arlo presented and what Dave presented. As this funds our technicians, funds the work truck so they can actually do their job. Clothing, waiters. We added $10,000 in for wetland sod mats and wetland plugs. Some of these areas that the long range track hoe has been cleaning the sediment out of and rebuilding the dikes, we like to put some wetland sod mats and try to avoid having to use this super expensive rock to riprap and get the vegetation established as soon as we can. And then the tractor rentals, we rent 2 tractors for 6 months each, kind of stagger them. The busy time, September, October, when we're trying to get all of our fall plantings in. We planted over 100 acres this year. I'll cover that a little bit more because Wyatt did a lot of that. But the tractor rental's been amazing. It's like 4,200. We added a little bit there just in case they were going to bump it, like seems like everything else has. $4,200 per tractor, but we never have to pay any maintenance or anything like that. And prior to doing this, we were spending $5,000 to $8,000 just maintaining and repairing the tractor that we had. So we've been a lot more efficient with this. And then there's an additional $16,000 to lease a skid steer track loader. We have one right now. It was an ASV that was purchased in 2006, I believe. ASV is pretty obsolete. We can't even find a mechanic that's willing to work on it because they can't find parts. So we're limping along right now, and half the time it'll start for us. But we really need, with our frag project and everything else we're doing, we're unloading a lot of pallets of herbicide when it's delivered. We're unloading a lot of soil amendments for all of our plantings.
We utilize it with plugs and.
Then these thousands of trees and shrubs that we're planting, we're actually making the holes with the augers. So that's an addition to what we normally ask for. And what we've done, you'll see, is typically we ask for all of our seed and trees and everything in this project. Thought it was going to go down a lot, but now we're asking for some equipment in here. I've got a whole nother project that kind of the Wyatt kind of oversees now, or he would oversee with the planting and whatnot. So it's about the same. So $77,000 we're asking for. Talked to Troy, we're asking for FW funds to fund that. So we'll see how that goes, but that way we won't go against any of the habitat council. Is that a good smile that you're giving me? Okay. So.
Okay, so again, another one of these projects that initially doesn't have, an earmark for habitat council. We're vetting it through this process, and maybe it could end up needing a little bit for habitat council, but yeah, good project. Any questions? Okay. I have a motion on this one.
Make the motion to get for funding.
Okay, we have a motion from Blair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Angie. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. What other ones have you got?
We got 6666.
Okay.
So this is the Upland Enhancement project that I was referring to. This is where we put all of the seed, trees, soil amendments, and this will take place, not only on Ogden Bay, Howard Slough, and Harold Crane, but also on public shooting grounds of Salt Creek. So Wyatt's pretty widespread in his position. We wanted to help all the waterfowl management areas. And basically, we are asking for this is where we'll go in there and with the trees and shrubs, we're asking for $13,000. I think we've spent $10,000 just at Ogden Bay last year. So we definitely want to expand this up to Salt Creek, wherever Arlo and Chad think that some trees and shrubs will grow. But one of the limiting habitats we have out at Ogden Bay definitely is the woody vegetation. The pheasants have spoiled through the winter. So we've been putting a huge effort into planting trees and shrubs, and we want to continue that. So, and then we're also planting at least 100 acres of upland habitat nesting habitat. So different grasses and forbs. Plant some golden millet for some of the areas we can flood. And basically we're just, and with Wyatt here, we're going to expand that up to Salt Creek and public shooting grounds as well. So I don't know, do you have any questions? You know, if we're going to plant seed, we take our soil samples. We also add whatever soil amendments we need to. Out here on these WMAs, our soil is very alkali, so we add a lot of humic acid, lower that pH, try to neutralize that pH a little bit. So, and we've had a lot of success with that. It's released a lot of the nutrients that naturally occur out there that are bound up by the solids. So.
Okay.
I had a question on your map page. You had some affected areas. What are those? One that's kind of, if you turn, yeah, there's like one down by Promontory Point where it is to the right of that.
All of those on
Yeah.
Bay.
There's those there, and there's also some further north.
Yeah, so I mean, these are where we're planting different food plots or our nesting habitat projects.
Okay, so you don't really have specific what you're gonna do yet on those.
No,
Okay.
no,
Just-
we'll decide. I mean, a lot of this is always dictated based on how the water is, which actually looks really good this year. So we'll maybe put more food plots in that we can irrigate.
Okay, just make sure you're keeping track of that so that you can update those at the end. of the
Okay.
year.
Definitely. That's Salt Creek up there, so it'll be the same. We'll update those as we complete projects.
Okay, any questions for Rich?
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay, motion from Tyler, for a second. Second. Second from Randy, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Okay, how many more do you got? You got all the rest? Okay.
So let's see, 6717.
Yeah. Northern Utah WMA carp control.
So I gave an update on the carp control this year. We're trying to get money to treat carp on the Turpin unit at Farmington Bay, right? Jason, next year.
Next year.
So that's the plan. All these WMAs have a carp problem, and we just kind of rotate areas. We go out, kind of triage it when we see an impoundment that's very turbid and we're not seeing the sago pondweed production. That usually results in less bird use, so we'll treat that, and we determine that Turpin is the unit we want to do next year. You guys have, I think, replaced some water control structures out there now that we could probably be able to draw the unit down better and have a really successful treatment. So I didn't mention in the update, a lot of stuff we're doing at Howard Sunogden Bay, and actually you guys are doing it too. We're building our own little carp exclosures. Basically, it's just angle iron with rebar, so the big carp can't make it through the water control structures. Pretty high intensity work to keep those clean all summer, but I think it's really worth it. It's kind of buying us years between treatments. And yeah, we're all kind of doing that following the carp treatment. So that's
Just an FYI, there's not going to be any liquid rotenone available for at least 2 years. So you may want to rethink your project here.
so as of right now, it's not.
Yeah, right now.
Because just.
The company that was making it went out of business. So there was only one. So the aquatic section bought everything they had, like everything they had, and we have that in hand. So.
Well, we know some of those guys.
Yeah, well, that's really good information.
So you may want to look at powder if you can.
Okay.
And, there's some work being done on how to apply powder for these kind of purposes. So just to kind of get by.
Okay.
You just burst some bubbles.
Tell me like it is.
Who's done a lot of work with that powder then? Who should we be talking?
Talked to Craig Walker and Chris Penny. They've been involved and there's been at least some work done the last 2 years kind of leading up to this that seems like it's pretty practical.
Okay. Thanks for the info. Heads up.
Sorry.
But you do have an alternative possibly to move forward. with the
Yeah,
Project if this powder thing can work out. So, okay. Any other questions on this one?
Is there any difference in price on that they need to be aware of, that you're aware of?
Powder's cheaper.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you probably have to pay more to apply it. It's more labor intensive. So, but just they have a process that they kind of worked through this last year to apply powder, and like for pressure backpack spraying, stuff like that. So.
Can you pre-mix the powder, kind of like hot cocoa, or
kind of. I think Craig Walker would probably be your best bet to talk to about that.
Okay.
I think he actually has that manual.
Maybe check with them if prices change or anything.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion on this one.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion from Randy. Do we have a second? Second from Angie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed, say no. Motion passes. Okay, we're gonna finish you up, Rich, and we'll take a break.
Okay.
6723 Ogden Bay, Unit 2 restoration.
So here's a project that I've been thinking of for years, and it's like we're a year late on this possibly with all of the runoff that we anticipate now. Like last year, we could have started on this project in May, and with the runoff we anticipate, this would be a project that I was hoping would start in July or something like that as soon as the money was in place, but hoping maybe 1st of August we could do it. But this dike was one of the original dikes when Ogden Bay was built in 1937, and in the 80s it got washed out. They rebuilt it, and again in the 90s it washed out when they rebuilt it. And Val threw his arms in the air, says never again, told me not to ever worry about it. And I just started dreaming with the lake so far out there. It's gonna be years and years and years before the lake comes up, or before we had the kind of runoff that would have taken it out. But basically every water control structure, they were old aluminum structures, galvanized structures that have basically eroded away, and that's where the biggest gaps are. The thing that, if you'll zoom out a little bit, the thing that talking with an engineer and walking it that we wanted to do differently is this is South Run, and basically South Run comes down and just naturally flows that way. And that's why it's not a dike that is complete, because when that gets full, it was just a run around the edge type dike. But what we would do different, so we didn't have to worry about flooding that, and the South Run can still come straight out, is put a water control structure in there so we can manage the amount of water that actually goes in. So we would do that. We would replace all the water control structures, and then on the northwest end, we would actually have a rocked area that was a little bit lower, just a natural overflow area, so it wouldn't wash the dike out. It would just be a low spot in the dike. We could still drive down, but when that water hit a certain point, it would do that rather than overtop the dike and wash it away somewhere else. So it is a lot more expensive than a lot of the other projects that we've done, but that's mostly because of the water control structures we need to add to make this project successful into the future. This is an area that currently we sheet flow out of those water control structures, and then it kind of channelizes out there. But if we repair this dike, we can now flood about 800 acres of wetlands that would be huge, both for waterfowl short and for hunters as well. I mean, it would spread out a lot of the pressure hunting pressure we get. The last couple of years, the amount of pressure we have received at Ogden Bay has gone through the roof. So it's important to provide opportunity, but yet spread people out of it. So that's the plan with that. We would have to bring, we'd have to raise the dike up a little bit too. So there's a lot of dirt work associated with it. But that's the gist of the project. Are there any questions? Talk to Troy on this, and it is a lot. I mean, I know that's a hefty chunk of change right there. But this is a project that would benefit everyone, and it's one of those that's be nice for SFW to hang their hat on the project as well if they've got it. If it doesn't go through, DU's got a biologist now. I can add that to the list of projects that we want funding for NACA. But the potential out there is pretty incredible.
Do you know what the elevation of that dike is out there?
I want to say it's like 42. So it's really close to 4,200. So, I mean, lake average is 4,200. We've got 10 feet to go before it reaches that point. So, good point, Chad. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, do you have a motion on this one?
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion from Blair, a second. Second from Angie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Last one, Rich, for you.
Okay.
6724 Habitat Forever Specialist position.
So this is Wyatt's position. This is the partnership between Pheasants Forever, SFW, and Division of Wildlife. And when we got it approved, it was for a three-year term. Basically, it took a long time with Pheasants Forever to get him hired. We've got him hired in mid-October, so we're not even going to use up the entire first year's budget of having him. But
okay, we'll use it somewhere else.
Yeah, the things that he's doing a lot of work at Ogden Bay, Howard Sioux, Harris Crane, Public Shooting Ground, Salt Creek. To spend that money that we talked about for the seed, he spent a lot of time in the tractors, spreading soil amendments and planting about 100 acres. In addition to the habitat improvements, he's been really busy trapping turkeys the last couple months. And quail trapping was another component. Those were both separate budgets that Heather had that we rolled into this. That would be the $5,000 that Habitat Council we'd be asking for Upland funds there, but that replaces kind of the turkey trapping and the quail trapping funds that we had in place before. Pheasants Forever and SFW are both contributing an equal amount, and then we're matching all of that with federal aid, where these are all on waterfowl management areas and PR eligible.
So I was actually really excited when this came through originally.
Yeah.
My only question is literally 100% of his work with Upland.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, it is.
Good. And that was my hope. So,
well, I'll take that back. I'll be honest, like maybe 95, because if we let him go goose banding or duck banding, that'll be his waterfowl work.
I can live with 5%.
Okay.
Feel free to engage with them.
I'm sorry.
Feel free to engage with them on their projects. Just over the year.
So is he a division employee?
So he's a Pheasants Forever employee. So that's how we didn't take up an FTE and we got more help. So
Yeah.
We funded
it's
this
a great
last year.
partnership.
Yeah, I just want to say, I really, really like these joint positions. I think, like you said, it's a good way to increase our ability to put projects on the ground without increasing our FTE count. Habitat section has a bunch of these. I'd like to see more of these, honestly. I think it's a good place to graduate your seasonals into a more permanent position.
I agree.
Okay, any questions on this?
Is this something, have we reached out to like Chucker Foundation or anything like that to help fund these as well, or?
We could look at that. absolutely. Come to us.
Maybe for the second one.
Yeah, no, no, like I said, I'm a huge fan of these, and that's something that I would argue for. I mean, it would help support biologists and other projects before. I don't know what. Yes.
Yeah, so I know some of the bottleneck for upland projects, especially outside of waterfowl areas, is just having people to do them. And that might be a way to get more grouse projects, chucker projects, stuff like that as well. So that might be something to consider.
Well, and I'm hoping that's going to change where the state has a first time ever has an upland management plan. And part of that is to put pressure to get upland projects put together because they're very rarely, other than these WMAs, they're very rarely put together. But yeah, if you can work out a partnership with Pheasants Forever and whatnot, come to us, we can help. I would strongly suspect that we would be able to help. I can't speak for the whole board.
Yeah, seems like a good project to put some money in. And,
yes.
Yeah, get all for that.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay, motion from Tyler, second.
I'll second it.
Second from Randy. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Okay, we're gonna take a break for 15 minutes, and then we still have one more Northern Region project, which is Miller Pond, which I think is you, Mike, right? So then we'll get to you right then at what? Say 11 o'clock.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Did we do 66 big?
2 ends, 2
subdivision section chunk of projects. This one is brought to us by Nature Conservancy, and this is project number 6631 Miller Pond Wetlands Project Phase 1. And Mike, you'll introduce yourself and talk to us about this project.
Yeah, my name's Mike Calendrianis. I'm with Nature Conservancy. I'm the Great Salt Lake Shoreland Preserve Manager, fancy title. So this is a Miller Pond. This is a joint project. PNC is going to take the lead on it with the Utah Division of Forestry, Fire, and State Lands. So you can go next slide. So what we're the Miller Pond, and I'll show you that. What we're trying to do is restore this pond, this watershed, and the adjacent habitat next to it. I'll show you on the next slide, but some of the habitat was constructed by Ducks Unlimited prior to my employment with PNC. There's not adequate water to those impoundments there. And there's a lot of Phragmites, and that's why we're working with Landed Forestry on this. Go to the next slide. So here we are, where the yellow pin, that's a dike that was built, we believe back in the 50s, kind of like the J dike at Farmington Bay. When the lake came up in the 80s, washed out, no one really claimed it, no one rebuilt it. It's on state's land and forestry. So this is from 1997. The pond is this area right here. So there's groundwater that comes into it, stormwater from Syracuse City that comes into it, agriculture tailwater that comes into it. It's full of carp. Where's Rich? He left. And then it just sheet flows out from there. And if you go to the next slide, you can see the Phragmites plumes going all the way out there. So what we anticipate, what our ask for is the engineering costs. We want to get a shovel-ready project, similar to what we asked a few years ago with the Freeport Drain project, which is complete, by the way, and you'll all be invited to a little ribbon cutting we're going to have in May on that project. TNC, our donors came in with the funding to do the construction, about $500,000. So we didn't ask for any more funding from the Habitat Council on that. But the seed money, the engineering cost is what you provided, and that was real helpful to get us to have it shovel ready. So our donors really like that, to see that something being built. So there's the old Great Salt Lake in blue, kind of a bluff there. The water kind of has come to that and eroded that out. So we anticipate, if you go to the next slide, this is a little rendering. It's real rough. It's just a rendering like that. So everything in blue hopefully will be open water marsh. We'll rebuild the dike that's out on state sovereign lands. That's part of the engineering. We'll redo the little bluff, put in some water control structures in there so we can control the water. We'll be able to take the water to the north. There's enough flow there, just eyeballing it. We can take water to the north to those Ducks Unlimited. It's all on TNC property, but Ducks Unlimited funded building those so we can get water there. They just dried out. And there's no water really in them in the fall when the hunting season, the waterfowl hunting season started. And there's also some water that comes out of what is called the Beeflight Drain, comes here. It's all just sheet floating now on state land and just growing frag. It was all mud flat, salt grass, that kind of stuff prior to that. This is in the walk-in access program, so TNC does allow hunting in this area. Preserves about 5,000 acres. More than half of it is enrolled in the walk-in access program. Allow waterfowl hunting and pheasant hunting. We don't allow coyote hunting, don't allow deer hunting. There's some big deer that come off the island that are in there. Did that. So basically, and if you go to the next slide, this is something that kind of started with the Freeport and Rain project that you guys helped funded. University of Utah came to us and wanted to get their students that are enrolled in their professional Master of Science Technology, basically hands-on experience, kind of like what Chad and Jason was talking about, their summer help, but to get these students to actually go out and do water sampling, vegetation sampling, doing that. So they're doing that for us. Sageland Collaborative's going to do the bird study because we want to know that, and what we're seeing is where we're doing work, we're seeing more birds using that area. So if we're doing Phragmite removal, we're seeing a higher bird use. So that's where they're coming on. And then I guess what me and Keith have talked about, Chad's supposed to be standing up by me representing Keith. But what we talked about is before we do construction, we're going to come up with a game plan to look at how we're going to remove that Phragmite or at least kill it off before we do the construction. So basically what I'm asking for, if you go to the funding side, of course, the archaeological clearance, the engineering, got an in-kind donation from one of our engineers if he's awarded this project. I'm asking for $10,000 in water monitoring equipment, similar to the Freeport Rain. We're going to actually see what's coming into the Miller Pond, and then eventually, once it's constructed, we're going to see what's going to be coming out. So we're asking for some equipment. I'm going to let the scientists tell me what they want. And we're actually, after this was put together, we met with UGS, and they're going to help the students do some of this monitoring and actually combine it into a study that they're doing. The water monitoring personnel, that's the University of Utah. They told me that bag is about $10,000. That's going to be in-kind donation. And then time and benefits and stuff is the other in-kind donation. I think that's the last slide. Oh, some more of our partners on this that we've talked to. We met with Jason and Dave, showed them the project, kind of got some input on that. As we're developing, as we're doing the engineering, of course, we work with Keith, Land Forest Fire, Jason, Ducks Unlimited. We scheduled the Marshmaster ride out there, go look at the site. Of course, it snowed. We canceled that. We'll get her back out there to help us. And then two of our ranchers. There's a third rancher. He doesn't have a fancy logo, but Half Circle Cross Ranch, which we partner up with them. They run cattle on our property in the winter months. Usually they're gone by the end of May. O'Brien Livestock, they're both out of Colville. One thing that's kind of nice about these ranchers, they're full-time ranchers. That's what they do for a living. And then their property up like in Chalk Creek is in conservation easements. So it's a good partnership for our mission of what we're trying to do there. We've been working with Syracuse City. They have one good thing about the stormwater that comes in through Syracuse City. By ordinance, they put in a centrifuge. They require all the developers to do that. They actually treat the water before it comes. So they're removing the plastics and sediments before it's come. So it's actually clean. We're going to try to get other cities to kind of endorse this ordinance with them, because the plastic in that sediment that comes in, it causes havoc for all of us. If we get more of those, Syracuse City's one of the leaders in this, and it's worked really well. We met with their engineer and kind of went over all the points where stormwater comes into our preserve there and kind of doing that. This piece of property, the Miller Pond, we actually purchased it in the mid-'80s. It's actually one of the first pieces of property TNC purchased for our shoreline preserve. That's it. If you got questions, and let me know.
I'll just say TNC has been a great partner on lots of projects all across the state. And this property is basically adjoining Farmington Bay. But
It's a few miles.
a few miles from the house. Yeah. And has sportsman access.
We have two access points for the sportsmen. One at the Causeway parking lot, Antelope Island Causeway parking lot. That's one access point. The other one is the Gailey access point, which actually DWR, Jason actually owns the road to TNC's property. And then we built parking lot. We rebuilt the parking lot a few years ago, Jason, if I remember right. It was actually built originally by my uncle, which was a waterfowl biologist. So it had kind of worn out over 30 some years. So any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Discussion.
Federal aid for this one, or?
I think I had that question on my spreadsheet.
Is this actually on, is this on Nature Conservancy property or is it on Ocean Guard statewide?
Oh, it's both. Okay, it's both, and that's why we teamed up with them. It's on both properties. So Miller Pond and the first kind of, it's just a natural bluff, the Great Salt Lake. That's all on TNC's property. The second dike, the original dike's actually on state side. So that's why we teamed up. The idea, it's not my idea. My first day of full-time employment 9 years ago, my supervisor, Chris Brown, said, "Hey, I want to redo this." And it's been that long. So yeah, I'm getting close for retirement. So I want to get some of the stuff done. So
Okay.
We're part of some similar. There would be a possibility going after that trust fund.
So then we've sprayed Phragmites and gone there in the past. HPR. I can look into that.
Yeah,
one
so
as well.
we'll look at all of those potential sources.
Yeah.
But this is a good project and continues a lot of the same work that's going on along the shoreline. But yeah, if we can either use federal aid or the Great Salt Lake money too, we'll look at that as well.
So one thing I want to kind of mention, though, this is the first phase, the engineering phase. The second phase will be the construction phase once we get the engineering done. And what I really anticipate, we'll go, our team will work real hard to go to our donors. And like I said earlier, we raised roughly $500,000. We raised more money than we needed on the Freeport Grain project completed. We have another project we're going to do adjacent to that, use the remainder of the funds. We'll hit it hard on the second, raise as much about private funds on the construction phase. And hopefully we won't come back to Habitat Council for that or WRI, but we'll just see where we're at. My goal is to get the engineering done this year and hopefully have a project ready for next summer for construction. So.
Thanks for that clarification. Cool. Any other questions on this one? Do we have a motion?
I'll move to tentatively approve.
Okay, we have a motion from Randy. Do we have a second? Second from Blair. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Mike. Okay, we're gonna move on and to our southeast region. And it looks like Makita Hansen's online with us today. And so Desert Lake Seasonal 2024, the only one from Southeast this time. Go ahead, Makita.
Hey, yeah, I'm Makita Hansen. I'm the Habitat Program Manager in the Southeastern region. Today I'm representing Joe Christensen for the Desert Lake Project. Desert Lake Waterfowl Management Area is the only waterfowl management area that we have in our region. And the purpose of this project is to help us fund a seasonal and a vehicle. This WMA is managed within our wildlife section, but the person who manages that property also has other district game biologist duties. And so this seasonal is really critical in order to ensure that all of our water rights and all of our crop production occurs on both Desert Lake and Huntington Game Farm property. I heard the Northern Region talk a lot about the recruitment of seasonals into permanent positions through this, but I think also one thing that I want to point out here is that this being our only waterfowl management area that we have and being in the population center of the southeastern region, it's really critical for us to recruit new waterfowl and upland game hunters into our area through the management of these properties, because that's kind of some of the only exposure that some of our main population centers in the region come from. So the properties primarily benefit waterfowl. There's 5 different ponds on Desert Lake that we manage the water on. And then we do a lot of crop production and irrigating on some of the upland areas. So some of the upland game benefits are to pheasant, quail, dove, and cottontail. We do have sandhill cranes that migrate through the property. Although we don't have a huntable population, it's still critical for the sandhill cranes in the area. We are asking for a little bit of big game funds, and that's primarily because during the winter we have a lot of deer and elk use, especially this winter on heavy winters like we're having this year on the Huntington Game Farm property, and that helps us with depredation issues on other nearby farms by holding some crop for some of those big game animals as well. Primarily, the funding for the seasonal and vehicle is coming through federal aid. So we just are asking for the 25% match for that through Habitat Council.
Okay. Any questions for Makita on this one? Randy?
Believe it or not, no. I've been quiet for a while. But no,
Yeah,
I actually like this.
Are
one
you okay?
better.
You've been kind of quiet.
No, I really like this one. I think it's a good project.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, do we have a motion on this one?
I'll make the motion.
Okay. We have a motion from Tyler. Do I have a second? We have a second from Angie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Makita. All right. We're gonna move on to some Northeast Region projects. Looks like we have Pat Rainbolt, our habitat manager out of Vernal, is online with us today. You can start with Browns Park, Pat.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
is my audio okay?
Yes, we can hear you. So 6485 Browns Park WMA maintenance.
Okay, great. I want to thank Makita for basically presenting my project for me. It's a very similar situation here in our region. This is one of 2 waterfowl management areas we have in the Northeast region. This project is the same every year, just carbon copy. It's for a seasonal, as well as the vehicle that they use, and then all the materials for fencing, signs, herbicide, all the other things we need to manage that WMA. It is an important WMA up there in Browns Park. It's actually adjacent to the Browns Park National Wildlife Refuge, just across the border in Colorado. So very unique setup up there, great opportunities for anglers and for hunters, and great spot for waterfowl to stop over. So this project, again, funds the seasonal, all the materials they need, and a vehicle as well. And like Makita mentioned, we do have a district wildlife biologist that kind of oversees the WMA, but they have a huge district to cover, and to be able to effectively manage this WMA and provide a quality product to the public, we need the extra help to assist that biologist up there. So the funding, $25,650. This number hasn't changed in probably over 10 years. You can see most of it's from PR money. The Habitat Council account, if you want to click on that, please, Daniel. It breaks down 2010 big game, upland game, 70 waterfowl. So pretty basic, straightforward. Any questions or comments on this one?
You know, Pat, and this isn't because Eric said something. I actually had a question written down after I reviewed this. In your presentation, it didn't list anything. It did talk at all about upland. What's the upland impact on this, and what species are we talking about?
So this is one of our pheasant release sites. One of the places we do that across the state, up here in Browns Park. Yeah, that was omitted. This project was, our new biologist put this one in this year, so I think it's lacking a little bit in some of the upland game benefits. There are turkeys down there in the Green River corridor, and yeah, the pheasants that we mentioned, and dove, some quail in that area, just a little bit. So those are the upland game species.
Do you have any wild pheasants in that area, or is this strictly just a put and take area?
It is a put and take only, yes.
I've seen a few sage grouse there.
Have you?
And we actually banned quite a few doves on that area for a year or two. There's actually quite a few.
Okay. And I kind of thought those were going to be answers, but just nothing was listed, and I don't know this area, so I wanted to make sure.
No, good question. Thanks for catching that.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll go. I know I've talked with a couple of people on this, and this isn't just you. I'm just planting seeds so people know. Habitat, just to make something look pretty for put and take hunters, drives me insane. If you're going to do habitat for the animals that are there, I'm 100% on board, but not just to make an area look pretty for put and take, because that's not benefiting, you know, the species that we're targeting. So again, Pat, that's not directed just at you. I'm throwing it out there. I know I threw it out last year as well. So
no, it's a great point. We do have difficulties in a lot of our properties in maintaining those pheasant populations, and you know, that's the reason why we've done the put and take over the years. It's so popular with people, and especially with the older generations, it really helps them get back into the sport and get their kids and their grandkids into it. And but it is a great point you're making there, and I appreciate that discussion.
Danny, you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask with the seasonal funds and with the increase that the director's office has allowed, you said that the ask is the same as last year. Does it need to be increased to account for paying seasonals more?
Yes, it does. And this proposal was put in very early, last September, October, I believe. So yeah, some things have changed since then. So yes, that personnel services does need to be increased to match the new starting pay. So maybe, I don't know, that would bring it up to maybe 15,000 or 16,000 probably.
Nikita's was 15 for 6 months.
Okay.
Want me to just increase it to 15 then?
Yes, please, Allison.
Okay.
Thanks for bringing that up, Danny.
Any other questions on this one?
Make the motion to approve it.
Okay, we have a motion from Tyler.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second from Randy. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, the motion passes. You know, I will say, so to your comment, Randy, I appreciate that comment. You know, whether you like put and take or not, Pat did speak some good points about what has happened. Maybe not from a habitat standpoint, but it has brought in other folks who maybe haven't hunted for a long time, maybe gets them back involved, and you know, but you're right. Look, you know, putting money where it's going to more benefit, you know, the overall habitat is important. So I guess I'm just kind of in the middle there, where I see benefits to both sides of that. Our longer term goals should be more about overall habitat improvement. But no, I appreciate the comment though.
It is rare, but some of the take pheasants do survive if there is habitat for them to survive in.
Really rare.
So
And most of them are enhancement, and we don't care if roosters live. Only takes one.
Okay, we're gonna move on. So Pat, are you up for the next one as well?
I think Tori's going to take this one.
Okay, so Stewart Lake WMA Habitat Improvements, number 6627.
Hi, I'm Tori Mathis, Habitat Restoration Biologist in the Northeastern region. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks, Tori.
Okay, so this project is on our Stewart Lake WMA near Jensen, Utah, outside of Vernal, right along the Green River. This is a critical area for spawning razorback suckers. And, it's really critical for those endangered fish species in the river. That's, I'm not an aquatics person, so I can't tell you all of the details, but it's the one area in the region where they're actually seeing spawning take place, and we're making a difference on the population of an endangered fish. As you look at the map here, there's a lot of different polygons. It looks confusing. It's because there's a lot of overlap, and Allison can tell you why that is. But there's basically four different components on this project. Three of them are about controlling cattails in Stewart Lake. As part of selenium remediation, that they need to be able to fill up the lake and drain it on a cycle to reduce selenium, but also, like I said, for those spawning fish, we need to be able to maintain water in there. But because of the fill and drain cycle, it's ideal for cattail growth. And so the amount of open water available for fish, as well as for the selenium remediation, continually gets shrunken. So we've got three different ideas to try to help control cattail growth. The first is prescribed fire. And so we want to try to burn this area every couple of years if we can, to try to control cattail. After the fire, we want to use a herbicide application on the regrowth to try to keep that from coming back in too quickly. And then the third part on the cattail treatment is kind of an experimental part. We want to use goats to see if they can graze that area. So part of that grazing is in the cattails, and part of it is in more of an upland where it's more Russian olive and things like that. So, but we would use this specific targeted grazing using goats to try to control the cattails. If it works out, that might be another tool that we could use to control cattails on the WMA as a whole. Again, all of that is to maintain open water for the fish, as well as make the selenium remediation more effective. This other part that's highlighted right now is some Russian olive removal. And this isn't the typical Russian olive removal that you'd think of where we're going into the really thick stands. Right now, I want to target the areas that are mostly open, and we're just starting to get encroachment from that Russian olive. I want to go in and maintain it as an open area to keep it free of the invasive species. Part of the reasoning for that is that we recognize that Russian olive does provide food and habitat for some stuff, including a lot of our game birds. So we're not targeting the thick, dense patches of large Russian olive where it does provide significant habitat for that. We're going in and targeting the areas where it's really thin, it's young. We can maybe actually get a foothold, or maintain that as an opening. And then we want to, at the same time, in some areas where we've got some other trees and shrubs starting to come in, we want to go in and enhance that with plantings of native trees, possibly cottonwoods, peach leaf willow, shrubs like buffalo berry and sumac and currant that would provide good habitat for other species as well. And then the idea long-term being that once those native plantings have grown up sufficiently to provide good habitat, that could offset the losses that we would get when we go and take out the thick stuff, the thick Russian olive. So it's long-term. So this is a picture showing, extent of the open water available in Stewart Lake. I don't remember what year that was, 2019 maybe. And all of that's because of the cattail growth has just choked it all off. The next picture shows it's another one showing open water area, probably after the prescribed fire. So you can see as we treat those cattails, the open water area that's available, both for the endangered fish as well as making more effective selenium remediation. It's a really important part. So that's, as you look at the species, you'll see all of our endangered stuff. The game birds we figured would benefit by those native plantings. If you look at the finance tab, you can see the costs. Most of the cost here is actually for that Russian olive removal. And most of the time, I would say $200 an acre is too low, but where this is really thin, young plants, I'm hoping that's way too high. I don't have any idea. I've never done one of this size and density before. So it's kind of a guess as to the cost on that. So, but then we've got costs for plantings as well as, the experimental grazing and equipment and fuels and supplies for the burn, as well as costs for our division times. So are there any questions about this project?
Just a quick question and comment. One, I'm not anti-Russian olives.
Right.
That's, but I understand removing some of it. But I really like how you're approaching this to keep the area that doesn't have a lot, and you go in with some native shrubbery and stuff. And you said you're going to further down the line, you're looking at that thick stuff on the south end.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do to get overhead cover in there to replace that before you cut it out? Because this has to be mature cover to provide that.
And to be perfectly honest, I don't know yet. That's probably a minimum of 10 years down the road. Because what my thinking has been that I want that our native plantings to grow up to the point where they are providing a similar amount of cover, so that when we take out the Russian olive, we have at least we at least have another area that can provide what we're going to be taking out. And it will be a loss. I don't know that there is a good answer to that. That's Russian olive is a nasty, invasive, noxious weed that I'd love to get rid of every plant in the state, but it does have value for some things, and we want, recognizing that. And again, Stewart Lake is one of the places we release pheasants, and there's quail and there's turkeys, and all of those things are going to benefit from those Russian olive stands, but they would probably benefit more from native stands. It's just, how do you get from one to the other? And there isn't an easy answer. So I don't know exactly how we're going to do that. Fortunately, I think with this plan, we've got some time to try to figure that out. Like I said, it's probably a minimum of 10 years down the road, just because I want to get that native stuff growing up sufficiently so that whatever losses we do have from the Russian olive are kind of offset by the work that we've done before we go in and do that.
And again, don't misinterpret this. I like your project, and I like how you're approaching it. Do you have overhead cover on that northern part that you're removing the Russian olive on now?
No, it's mostly open. It's mostly open grass and sedge. There are some cottonwoods starting to come in. In some places, there are some shrubs. There's also some tamarisk coming in there that we need to cut out. But it's the areas that I'm looking at removing the Russian olive right now are mostly open and are probably likely going to stay as open areas and not have tall overhead cover. The places that we're going to plant are those areas where we do have some cottonwoods coming in and some shrubs coming in. We want to enhance those areas and create a good area. The others that are just open, we'll leave as just open area. That's probably what they naturally were. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions on this one?
I just have one. The use of goats on this area, it seems like the time when the cattails would be most susceptible to grazing would be when the filling or actually when it's full, the wetlands. I'm just wondering whether there's something that I'm missing there.
I don't know. That part of the proposal came from our aquatics folks, and they're not on here to answer. I can see where you're coming from. That's something that we'll need to discuss. I think it was, like I said, it was an experimental idea. We want to see if it's even possible, and that's could be one of the factors that determines whether or not it's going to be feasible or effective. So that's just something we're going to have to figure out.
Is that something, do you guys know other waterfowl managers? Have you guys ever had goats?
People usually want to be paid for goats and they want to pay you to bring cows, so. That's kind of our experience for that.
Any other questions on this? We'll point out there's a significant ask of this project comes from the Watershed Restoration Initiative proper, which includes a lot more of the non-game species stuff you can. And so just keeping that in mind. It's a $50,000 ask from Habitat Council.
I move to approve.
Okay. We have a motion from Drew and a second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay. Motion carries on that one. Are you doing the next project too?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead. 6685, also Stewart Lake Uplands renovation project.
Yeah, so if you go to the pictures, I think that might be the way to go on this one. This is a project that our local Pheasants Forever chapter has taken on and done for the last several years. There are some upland areas on the west side of Stewart Lake that have mostly just been weeds. There's been a lot of tamarisk, perennial pepperweed, other things that they wanted to come in and do some renovation on and try to remove the weeds and get some native stuff planted, including to benefit pollinators and upland game. So far, the last, is it 2 or 3 years, it's been treating the weeds, cutting out the tamarisk, weed spraying, and then planting a cover crop of triticale to try to get a handle on the non-native species. And the idea is that at some point that those non-natives will be under control enough that the planting that goes in will be native shrubs and flowering plants and things that would provide good habitat for native species. Until the weeds are under control, the planting is a cover crop of triticale. So that's kind of what this project is it's just a continuation of that to do additional weed spraying, weed treatments, and then a planting. And I think they're not entirely sure which one they're going to, or what they're going to be planting this fall, whether it's going to be another cover crop and have another phase of of weed treatment before planting the native stuff, or if they feel like they're at the point where they can go in and plant the native things this fall. So that's the basic project. It like I said, it's been going on for the last 2 or 3 years. They have made a serious dent in the weeds that are out there, but you know, tamarisk and pepperweed they're tough to get a handle on. So this multi-year phased approach, I think, has been a good one, and I'd like to see what happens once we get the native stuff planted. So.
Okay. Any questions for Tori on this one? $7,000 ask from the council. Anyone want to take stab at the motion?
I'll move to tentatively approve.
Okay, motion from Randy. Second. Second from Angie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Area wetlands, water control improvement.
I believe Jordan McMahon from the BLM is on, and that's his project. So if he's here, he can take over.
Okay. Jordan, are you on? I'm not seeing a Jordan on here.
Maybe he's not. I saw his name on the list of. Oh, maybe he's not in the call. He's on the others than invited. Sorry, I'll take care of that one then.
Okay.
So this Perriott Wetlands project, why don't you go to the map? The Perriott Wetlands is a created wetland along Perriott Wash, right as it dumps into the Green River. It provides ponds and marshy areas for waterfowl specifically. There's information in the details about the history of the wetlands. I'm not going to go into that today, but it kind of was a cooperative thing between the DWR and the BLM to create these wetlands for waterfowl and waterfowl hunting. It's all on BLM property, but over the years they've had as things age and with wear and tear, they've had several diversions that have just simply stopped working. The last couple of years, we've been working with them to try to get those diversions replaced. This proposal is to fund the replacement of one of those diversions where they can then spread out the water to more effectively manage these wetlands for waterfowl, as well as facilitate their prescribed burn plan, which also should benefit the waterfowl as well. There's also another area, so that dot is the location of the diversion that they're wanting to replace under this proposal. That other polygon that was highlighted a minute ago is some Russian olive removal. They want to hire youth crews to come in with chainsaws and remove this Russian olive that has started to come in and causing problems on the wetland. So that's the basic project. I believe the Habitat Council saw this last year, and they're probably the last couple of years. So hopefully it's a little bit familiar, but I'd like to get a couple of those or one of those diversions replaced this year. So any questions?
Last year's funding request. So 2 years ago, we funded the engineering. Last year, we heard in the council basically phase 2 to build one of those. And I think we got BLM to pay for it last year because it's on BLM land. So we'll approach BLM again, see if they're willing to fund it again.
I'm not certain who's driving. I can't remember the breakout on this one.
Daniel's grabbed.
And that was, I think I made those numbers, so that's kind of like best guess. So if Tori or Pat, if you guys have a better recommendation, or you, Randy, anybody else, but
I know they're claiming benefits to mule deer, and there probably are some deer out there, but I don't know that I would have included big game on that breakout.
they don't have pronghorn on their list, and I kind of thought pronghorn, but
But they're not going to be hanging out in the wetland. And, you know, replacing that diversion is it's all those wetland species. In fact, during our WRI ranking process yesterday, we looked at a lot of that species list and things like the burrowing owl and midget-faded rattlesnake. We thought that probably should not have been included because those are going to be on the uplands in the desert and aren't going to have much benefits from replacing a diversion to flood the wetlands. So
I also took off moose, elk, and bison. I didn't figure I needed to make a comment. I just removed.
yeah, I think Jordan just threw in everything he could think of, and I'm not sure they're all appropriate.
Are there actually some of those upland species that are listed here in that area?
They are in that area, but they're not in the wetlands. They're adjacent to the wetlands out in the desert. I mean, it doesn't take very far to go from those wetlands to desert, 10 feet and you're completely out of it. So, but the Perriette cactus isn't going to be benefiting by creating more wetlands. It's a desert plant. So,
Yeah, I'm not seeing the impact for upland on this. I didn't when I read it.
What's your recommendation?
I don't see any impact. But literally, I think it's zero.
Don't have big game.
And we don't have big
Steve's
game
not
either.
here, so it's gonna be, I don't, whatever, I don't care.
He'd probably ask for fish bunny anyway.
He would ask for fish money. That is 100% true. That's true.
So, I mean, just for context, the engineering that the Habitat Council paid for was 10% big game, 15% upland, 60% waterfowl, and I think 15 non-game. So non-game is big game. So I think bumping the big game up is probably okay.
So leaving big game at 10, upland.
Say 5 is, I don't see the benefit, but I don't want to be a jerk. Let's say 5.
Okay,
I just put the rest of it on non-game.
Yeah, Steve's not here. It's non-game, baby.
And we can fight about it at the funding meeting.
Okay,
And hopefully we'll get BLM to pay for it again. Okay.
Okay,
Is everyone happy with that?
so we have some adjustments.
I'll make a motion to approve it with the revised allocation.
Okay, we have a motion from Tyler.
I'll second it.
We have a second from Randy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. All right, we have one more from our Northeast region, and after that, we are going to break for lunch. So, Kevin Conway, Habitat Improvement, 6734.
Okay, I'll take this one.
Oh, Pat, okay.
Okay, so this is a Russian olive removal project. As we discussed in with our Stewart Lake project, this is more focused on areas where there's just a very light encroachment. It's more of a containment and maintenance type project to keep Russian olive from expanding and totally overtaking the WMA there. The Russian olive does provide a lot of good habitat for upland game in this area. This is an area with a lot of quail. There are pheasants that actually overwinter in this area, and this is one of our areas where we do release pheasants, but there are some that actually make it. There's a lot of pheasants that use the adjacent agricultural areas, and there's actually a few other bird farms around there that have some occasional escapees that just voluntarily come on our property. So you can see there on the bottom of the picture, some ag fields that we can irrigate there on the north side of the road. That's the DWR property, and so yeah, just kind of containing this Russian olive, keep it from expanding any further and shifting the habitat over. And it's a cut stump herbicide treatment. I think about 7 acres total. Don't have any pictures there, but yeah, any questions on this one or discussion?
It's hard to tell from the picture, but it looks like there's plenty of other overhead cover in the areas that you're removing these olive trees from, isn't there?
Yes, there are some very dense stands of Russian olive in there. And actually, when I walked around the property, I bust pheasants out of those stands all the time. They like to hold up in there. It's good thermal cover. We do have elk in there. I actually accompanied a disabled sportsman group this fall, and a guy killed his first elk ever in his life, and then so we have those big game opportunities down there. Those mule deer are down there. I've actually seen moose down there. It's a really unique property, really low elevation, higher temperature property, but yeah, unique property there, and with all the ag that surrounds that property, we really benefit from our neighbors and the game species that use those properties. So then that overhead cover is really limited to our property. If you go back out to the map there, Daniel, you can see a lot of those fields are just pivots, just wide open fields. But you can look on our property and some of the surrounding tribal lands there, and you see those bands of Russian olive, and they do provide some really good cover for the upper game.
I don't want to get off track, but is there any possibility for some walk-in on some of the better pieces of property around that?
Most of it is leased by the local bird hunting clubs. That's a big. There's actually a really big operation just to the southwest of there, a couple miles, that is one of the hot spots for pheasant hunting, where you can just show up here in the basin, and they have like a kind of a lodge you can stay at, and big bird hunting areas. So almost all of that property, even the property just to the south of our property there, is leased out by those bird clubs. And then the tribal, and you see all the tribal lands around there, and there's no access on those. So it's a good point. If there were opportunities, I think we would look into that, but it's all leased out or tribal.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't know if that piece to the northwest looked like there was a drainage that went up with sagebrush and some trees in it. I just didn't know if maybe that held potential. And like I said, I don't want to get off track. I just wanting to plant some seeds.
No, it's a good question.
Okay, any other questions on this one? Okay.
I'll make a motion to get the funding.
Okay, we have a motion from Blair, a second from Angie. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay. Motion passes. Thanks, Pat.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep. So is that,
It is lunch.
okay, just
Yep.
got here just in time. Okay, so we'll maybe give them a couple of minutes, but we're gonna pause here for lunch. We're gonna go for an hour. And then we'll start into some southeast or some southern region projects. And I think Gary will be here in person by then. So, okay, so we're gonna break for lunch till 1 o'clock. Richfield Upland Game and Waterfowl Management Project. Phase X. I don't understand what Phase X means.
Kendall didn't finish the proposal.
That's right. It's ongoing. Hey, so this will be phase 10. How's that?
Okay, there you go.
So, as in the past 10 years, we lease this property. So the property is located just east of Richfield, and it borders the Sevier River. And 10 years ago, what the Division of Wildlife has done is we've actually looked for opportunities to create some additional open space for public hunting, public viewing of wildlife, areas that people can go and enjoy and have a lot of fun hunting upland game. So we lease this property each year, and right now we're coming up to the last of the 5-year agreement with Richfield City. So Richfield City owns it. We lease it for about $3,000 each year. And within this lease, then we're able to have this area open for public access, mainly for upland game activity. And we raise on this piece of property, we actually raise pheasants, day-old chicks from day-olds until we turn them loose. And we've done this for the last 10 years, and we probably raise roughly around 2,000, 2,200 birds a year. And then we were able to augment some of our WMAs within the Sevier Valley. We ship some of them to Loa, and we ship some of them to Millard County. Some of them recently have gone down to Cedar City for some of the Kid Day shoots that SFW has. So SFW has been one of the main contributors. The Sevier Valley chapter have been supportive of this project over the last 10 years. Great opportunity for young kids to have opportunities to hunt with, shotguns and upland game and just be out there and get an opportunity to hunt and start hunting at a young age. So we have pheasants, quail, duck, geese. We got some sandhill cranes, mourning doves, obviously, and then we have a few turkeys that float around our WMA, and we also have a few valley mule deer on the WMA. So each year we put together this proposal, and this year we're asking for $8,873 from the Habitat Council, and SFW typically has picked up their portion that's strictly associated with the pheasants, raising the pheasants and providing the feed for the pheasants, and their portion is about $23,500 this year. So as we go through some of the pictures, you're able to see some of the work we do each and every year on the WMA. We're able to plant, corn, and we plant some upland game seed mixes that we can kind of continue to rotate through. This last fall, we planted some winter wheat. We've got some winter shrubs planted. You can see mowing. Each year we always have a fire. So this picture shows a fire, and for whatever reason, it's been located at the exact same spot the last 3 years. And we think it's just an arc that comes off the power line. So get a little bit of involvement and have an opportunity to burn some ditches in the spring of the year and do some of that stuff. So it's a great place. It's provided a lot of public access for a lot of people in the Sevier Valley, and we have a lot of people that enjoy this area. So any questions?
Of course I do. So,
Andy.
I hope I'm remembering correctly, because I really like it. It's just the one I'm remembering. I think you talked about that you're looking into the possibility of some WMAs around that location. Is that correct? And how's that going?
Yeah, so we consider this our Richfield WMA, and just across the street we have another, I think that's around 40-acre piece that's just north of it. So they kind of tie each other together. We do have an Annabella WMA that sits about 5 miles to the southwest that we utilize as well. So, but this one we lease from Richfield City. We're in the last year of our lease. with them. So we'll have to put together a proposal again and go towards Richfield City Council and see if we can continue to lease it. But we see carryover birds. We raise the pheasants right there on site. We have water access that Eric Anderson helps us every year. So the division actually has the water, and we do a transfer change request each and every year with Eric. And so we're able to water these crops. We have a concrete ditch, and we have about 17 artesian wells. So we have the water available to us, and then we actually have water donated to us by Ogden's. Camille and Jay Ogden donate us some water that we do utilize each and every year. So.
And and I'm sorry, I misspoke as well. Moving back with WMA, but I meant in your proposal, you talked about that you're exploring some walk-in access, some WIAs. Am I remembering that correctly?
This would be, well, yeah. I mean, if there's some adjacent properties that's around, most of the properties associated pretty close with this, we haven't had them sign up as a walk-in access associated with it. Most of them you'll see them posted about hunting time, and they enjoy the birds that come off this WMA for sure.
No, okay. So I must have misunderstood. I thought you're trying to establish some WIAs down there.
I'll jump in. Kendall may not have the background on those. The walk-in access program is constantly contacting people in the Severe Valley. We're trying to add those all the time. One that we're working on right now is Hepler's Pond, which not sure if we're going to get it, but if we get it, it would be an awesome walk-in access property. There would be a WRI proposal to work on that property as well, to habitat and stuff. So it's something we're constantly working on, but it takes a willing landowner. And it's an important area, and we're definitely invested in asking George there.
Right. Yeah, and I know this is a great area, so I appreciate that. The only other question I had for you, and this may have just been the way it was phrased, but is some of this money going to the put and take program? Not being anti-put and take, but is part of this budget to the put and take?
The Habitat Council money is not. The Habitat Council money I strictly use for the lease agreement with Richfield City, and I utilize it for buying seed, preparing, utilizing it for fertilizer, seed, fuel, the stuff we do just on the WMA itself. So the SFW dollars, they would strictly tie to anything related to the pheasants.
Okay. All right, perfect. Thank you.
I want to jump in right there too. I think I heard you talking earlier, talking about your perspective on some of that. As we go through the Southern Region projects, I want to just address your thought about trying to make these places pretty to go hunt, put and take birds. And I want to tell you, at least in the Southern Region, we're creating pheasant habitat. And yes, we are putting put and take birds on that habitat because they're good places to do that. But we're starting to see carryover in all of the places we're doing, which is really exciting. And we're going to start looking at Colby and saying we need a trip to South Dakota to bring some wild birds because we have created the habitat and we believe we can sustain some birds.
And that's what I really want. I mean, wherever the space is, if we can create habitat, that'll bring animals to it.
And we've got the properties sufficient size, and you'll hear from Lynn. He does incredible work doing it the right way to put it together. They're not pretty. It's dirty farming. That's what pheasants by dirty farming. And we believe that we've created the habitat, and now we need to start building on that. We're seeing carryover with the Penrith birds, but we also are excited about the idea of trying to bring in some wild birds and truly saying, hey, we've got something going here.
Cool. Great. Thank you.
Any other questions for Kendall on this one? So we've funded this for a long time. And it's a cool project for Richfield stuff.
Kendall,
yes.
Tell the city council that just let us buy it and let them lease it back even cheaper.
Yeah, we might have to. They've changed hands a little bit, and I haven't had the opportunity to get with Brian, but that I think my lease runs out. I've loaded it in the documents page, but I think it's July of 2024. The lease is up, so I'll have to get with them and we'll visit with them. They don't own any of the water, so all the water we have to transfer from across the street to utilize. And then, like I said, we pick some up from Jay and Camille Ogden. They donate 3 3 acre feet for us, and it allows us to irrigate about 10 acres. So essentially, it's just the land that we'd definitely be interested in. And you know, when Mayor Ogden was in there, it was a good deal. He kind of started it, kind of got the ball rolling. Obviously, Jake Albrecht and Vance Mumford, we couldn't have done a lot of that without him. And between me and Vance, we tried to take care of it most of the time. And Gary was generous to allow us seasonal to come on and this last year, and it helped us out a little bit to put him to work and you know, get a few hours down there to help us kind of get that done. But yeah, it's a great opportunity. I'd hate to see it, you know, something else happen. We always get opportunities from private landowners that want to graze their cattle, and it seems like about the time the corn comes on, 30 head of cattle show up, and so I think there's opportunities for us to try to utilize some grazing on there to increase some of the management on it. We're not opposed to that by any means, but I'd hate to see it go back to where when we first got it, it was about as slick as the table you're sitting on.
Are you optimistic you'll be able to release it?
I don't know. I don't know that they'd release it for any type of building. I think you're so close to the river and some of the, you know, the subbing of the soil, you know, the moisture in the soil and stuff is pretty close. If anything else, somebody'd probably pick it up and pretty much utilize it for a grazing lease of whatever. So as they come off the mountain, they'd utilize it that way. But I'm pretty confident that we can continue to go through a 5-year lease and visit with Brian, or, you know, if they do have intentions of selling it, we can try to visit through that route as well.
Got a lot of political support locally where they're looking at, you know, the leverage part, either for a purchase or getting a new lease.
Okay, any other questions on this one? All right. Do we have a motion on this, maybe?
I'll motion to accept it.
Okay, a motion from Randy,
Second.
second from Kobe. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. All right, motion passes. Thanks, Kendall.
Hey, thanks for everything. See ya.
Okay, Tropic Reservoir Wildlife Pond, who's got that one?
Jake Shoppy said he's online and ready.
I did see he was online. So go ahead, Jake.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Sorry, I can't be there in person, guys. So this project, well, let me introduce myself. My name's Jake Shoppy. For those that don't know me up there, I'm a wildlife biologist on the Power Ranger District out of Panguitch for the Dixie National Forest. My district manages most of the Mount Dutton Plateau area and the Paunsaugunt Plateau Forest Service areas. So this project is in Garfield County. For those of you familiar with the Panguitch Bryce Canyon area, as you go up through Red Canyon, which is the highway with the 2 tunnels, and you top out and you're headed towards Ruby's Inn, and you make a right-hand turn south onto the Paunsaugunt Plateau. About 10 miles down that road, we've got a reservoir called Tropic Reservoir, and it's a roughly 200-acre reservoir. The water rights primarily serve the users down in the Tropic Valley. And these ponds, islands, sit kind of on the high end or the south end of the reservoir. If you're looking at the map there, you can see the dark dots. They were constructed about 21, 22 years ago with an excavator. They just went out and dug these ponds up and put a moat around them. And we have watched the waterfowl population just grow exponentially each year since they've been there. But the thing that has never really happened with them wasn't a lot of great vegetation established. So there's been quite a bit of erosion action hitting them. So our proposal is to go back in and reconstruct them before we lose them in the next couple of years. I feel like they're getting to that level where if we don't do it in a year or two, they're going to be overtopped during high water. And then it's going to require some sort of a NEPA action or something to go back in and reconstruct them. And right now I can do it through maintenance. So that is kind of my threat or my risk here. So there's 6 ponds. They're really beneficial to waterfowl primarily. in the spring when the reservoir's up, there's a ton of nesting that occurs on these islands. And then even as the reservoir is depleted and there's no longer water around them, there's usually a moat around them. And you just get a lot of birds that nest and rest and loaf up there and perch there because it's an observation point for them for escape habitat and that sort of thing. So they're pretty useful out there. So if you go to the finances on it, the ask is 31,580, and that's basically to force account it. The one thing we want to try to do when we rebuild is get some large rock in there, and so that'll require moving some rock out of the pit, probably there at the bottom of Red Canyon up there, and reinforcing the edges with some rock. Maybe try to get a little bit longer life on the things, and maybe even a little bit of jute mat or erosion matting on those. So the ask is 31,580. The in-kind is we're going to try to do some willow and carex planting on them this time around as well. The primary focus in that area is recreation. We have campground and there's a lot of wildlife and waterfowl watching in the area. So there's benefits to the recreating public there, but the primary benefit is definitely waterfowl in this situation. So the project really lines up. The division has that. You guys have a construction crew that does a lot of wetland work and a lot of stream work. And when I talked with Gary about this project, it really lines up better to have that crew do it. I think it would save or knock down the cost of this project. But as I proposed it based on current cost of equipment and diesel to basically force account fund it if we had to. So I'm not quite sure how that works from Habitat Council standpoint if it's funded, but if it would work through that crew better, we could do it that way. But that's it in a nutshell, and I'll turn it over to you guys for questions.
Is Danny on by chance?
Yeah, I think Danny, are you still on?
Yeah. Jake and I have talked about this, and I think it's something our crew can do for sure. We haven't had a chance to really put some numbers to it because Scott hasn't been able to put an estimate and have a good timeline of how long it's going to take him. But we're set up to do something like this pretty easily.
Other thing I would throw out there is the proposal is this reservoir gets depleted every fall. So there's a window of activity late in the season where it's dry around these islands where I think we can get equipment in and out in that window. I would worry about trying to do it like midsummer when the water table's still in there, so to speak, a little bit. So I think there's a window to look at for that, and that's probably the only qualifier that there would be on.
And that's probably also just our limiting factor is that's a busy season, that fall season when water's down. So depending on what other projects get funded as well, but that just fitting it in.
I noticed a 10% request from Sportfish, and I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around that.
Jake and I talked about it last week. I asked him percentages, and this was kind of our best guess, but do you want to speak to the sport fish issue?
The lake dries up every year.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a whole lot of sport fish benefit to this. It's primarily waterfowl. So it's definitely a fishery all the way around it. And I've literally seen kids fishing off the islands and the moats before, but I don't know that there's a high percentage there by any means.
It's a put and take trout fishery for the most part. And I just don't see there being a habitat component that would benefit trout.
I agree.
Where do you want to put that 10% then?
You talking to me? Yeah, 0. Yeah, thanks, Drew, for covering it.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Move on waterfowl then?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess I'll make a motion to work with Danny and the heavy equipment crew to come up with a cost estimate to have them bring the heavy equipment crew down. I think that's the best way to do this. It should save money just because we already pay for the excavator to a standalone project. And I think they have their own dump trucks and stuff like that too. So with that, I'll approve it to move forward.
Okay, we have a motion from Tyler to approve. There's a second. I'm a second. Randy is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Thanks, Jake.
Thanks, guys.
That was on state land, right?
Forest Service.
If it's on Forest Service, could any PR money go towards it?
Only if it was included in the current grant.
I don't think it's included. I know it's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, next project, 6691, FY24 Upland WMA maintenance. Who's up on this one?
Yeah, man.
Welcome, Lynn.
Hi, guys. It's great to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. I kind of do my stuff differently than everybody with a bunch of pictures and then lumping all my stuff together and saying, you approve it. So I'd like to talk about these different areas if we could, and then we can come back and answer any questions or ideas that you might have or want to know from it. So we start off with Bignell Bottoms. And if you'll just click forward.
Just tell me when.
Okay, Bignell is a wonderful place in Wayne County. It's come under the microscope lately from the county commissioners. Thanks to Gary and all of us putting our minds together, we kind of stopped kind of some bad feelings that were headed that way. And so when I took over working at Bignell, it was your tabletop. The cattle were eating the bark off from the cedar posts. And now you can see what we have going there. We have new fence, we have our trees growing, we have nice upland area, we have beautiful marsh. It's a wonderful place, okay? You can see the wetland that occurs out there. Now, part of what was proposed was to take a track home and put about a 10-foot ditch through that. And we avoided that. It would have ruined it. Our waterfowl guys could have dug that ditch in 2 days and it would be gone. Water's going to go where it's easiest, and that's in a ditch. We protected it. So we have beautiful wetland there. I mean, you got the beautiful mountains in the background. It's 660 acres. It's all kind of the Fremont River and some of the runoff from the fish hatcheries. It's considered a blue ribbon fishery. There's some tremendous trout in there and some browns and some really nice fish, in addition to the waterfowl, okay? This is more of our trees, our rows that we put in. I'm just so proud of them. Eastern red cedars, Siberian pea shrub, woods rose, and a few olives in there. Our nice grass growing. We have a pheasant pen there that we, part of the pheasant program is we get some chicks from SFW and we raise them at Bignell and Pavant. And SFW buys those chicks and buys a food pool. And we raise them there in hopes that we will establish a wild population of birds that are left over, and it's working. You can go to Bignell Bottoms today and you can see pheasants. Okay, go ahead. This is part of our big effort this year to alleviate the idea of dredging. We came up with the idea to spray the cattails and make water disperse a little easier off from private grounds. Our great waterfowl crew came up and spent a day out there, and it was a good exercise. This is me standing out in the middle of a pothole or a crop circle, whatever you'd like. And that's just a decadent stand of cattail that we mash down and spray. And over time, the water will flood that, and it opens up the water component in some habitat that was strictly monotypic cattails. And so we'll go back this next year. Chad has agreed to come down and help us with the track masters, and I know that those are possible through the Habitat Committee and Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. Super great machine. The only thing would be better is if the southern region had one of them. Maybe left it at Clear Lake. I'd like that. That'd be a lot of fun.
We gotta buy all of the individual WMAs in the northern region their own one first, though.
Oh, no. We got to go to the greatest wetlands in the world first. Nice place, nice fences, nice area to hunt. It's a place where you can do all three things if you wanted to in one day. You could go fishing, you could hunt your upland game, and you could go waterfowl hunting. And probably have good luck at all of it. So I've been messing around at Bignell since the 90s. Jim Lamb, it's impossible without him. And together we work together and wrestle each other around in the mud once in a while and get it done. So that's kind of Bignell. And that's part of what you folks have paid for in your habitat funding. Some of my goes to big. Okay. The next one, this is Redmond. Redmond.
Could I ask you a quick question while you're on Bicknell?
Sure.
Before we move on. Last year, I know that there's a little bit of, it wasn't contention, trying to figure out a different approach on the bridge that was going to go in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we went from the big expensive one to a more modest one.
Yeah.
Did that get figured out? Did all the details get worked out on that?
Yes, it's under construction as far as I understand, Gary.
They'll have it done on April 1st, delivered to the WMA on April 1st, and then we got to figure out how to move it over the river.
Is it going to be able to give you access to get in and plant some food plots across the way?
It's sturdy enough that we can get an ATV across it. It's wide enough we can get an ATV across it. We have been across since then, and felt like it's pretty wet over there. We may not be able to, but
There is an island over there that we might be able to work on with getting some grass. And first step is getting a four-wheeler across there so we can spray.
And I don't really care if it ended up turning it's a food plot. It has good wild grasses on it. But I just want to make certain what happened with that bridge.
The bridge is still coming.
The work is awesome. It's $4,000 instead of $180.
Yeah.
Super. Good job on that.
Yeah.
That was a good fix.
Redmond, we don't give a lot of attention to Redmond. It's a nice marsh too. It's 600 acres located just to the north of the town of Redmond Reservoir. We have some great pheasant habitat there. We release pen-reared birds there. It gets a lot of use from Richfield, Salina, from Redmond. It's a nice place. I took my old tractor over there, mowed a bunch of old grass last spring, fertilized it, and we're going to look so good with this moisture. I'm so excited for next year. Okay. This is another thing that we do at Redmond. We get some birds, some hens from Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife buys us a bunch of hens, and we take them down to the Sevier River and let them go right at the boundary of Redmond. And they're put out in great habitat, and we just wish them luck. And they're free to us, and all we have to do is pick them up and go put them there. So we're hoping that works. And nice area. We just keep it going, and it's got access to the Sevier River. It's got pheasants. It's got some impoundments for waterfowl, and part of your habitat committee money goes to that. Okay. Hopefully you can. Yeah.
Maybe get to see him fly out of the box.
Have you ever seen that before? This I just wanted to put this in here. If it's jinxed me, it has to work. The video has to work as hard as we worked on getting that to work. Please don't, she'll divorce me. You know, we do a lot of this. I'll talk about it while we try to get it going, but when I first began, we took on guzzlers and habitat out on the West Desert. Bruce Bonebrake and I decided to put guzzlers out there where nobody had been. It was just, this place is called Black Hills. And it's out there. And we put guzzlers in. We hoped chuckers would work. I didn't think there was a single chucker there. There are chuckers there now. And you know what happened this year when I went out to let these guys go? There was people camped there. So we not only made chuckers, we made their habitat. We allow people now to come and use this resource that had never even thought of it before in their lives. And now they're out there hunting our chuckers. I think that's a real great win. And there's where we put these birds, I put them there every year, and there's poop with the guzzler, and they're making it. And so it just thrills me to see that we put the water there. It was the 90s. We didn't really know. We put chuckers out there year after year, 10 chuckers. Some of them are making it. Some of them are lasting a year. The proof is on the guzzlers. And then we're adding to them, and we're making chucker habitat. Plus, we're making a place for the public to come and go hunting. That never gets old to me. Okay, we can go to the next one. Good job getting that going, but thank you. Yeah. Okay, this is at the Pavon Upland game area. I built the first holding pen for pheasants. Once again, I get birds from Sportsman Fish and Wildlife. We put them in the pen. We raise them all year. It's part of where I work. We take care of them, try to keep predators out, let them go. It gives us a couple hundred birds extra for our hunt. Okay. This is part of what your money goes for. This is manure haul to my upland area and being placed out and just making the habitat grow better once we get moisture on it. Super excited about this. This particular spot is really good for mourning doves and pheasants and hunters. Okay. This is the seed that I buy. Okay. It costs money.
I know.
Mhm.
Is that Danny's handwriting right there?
No. Man, whoever this handwriter is, I'm going to sign her up. That is beautiful handwriting. This is tall wheatgrass, guys. Isn't that exciting? That seed is producing that, which is going to make cover, permanent, nice grassy cover.
It is exciting.
Yeah,
It is. It's darn exciting.
Yeah.
You still have
it is.
I am a habitat guy.
Good. Good deal. Okay. Now, this is kind of cool too. This on the left side, you can see the rows where the grass is coming up. That's the grass from those sacks that have been planted on dry land. You can see our trees on the tree rows. So we got the tree rows going, and now we got our grass coming. And the thing that we're really winning with is I got fertilizer out on all this now, and now it's just cooking in there. It's just growing. It's gonna be beautiful. And the sunflowers are a big part of what we're trying to do too. I mean, they attract a lot of wildlife. The mourning doves love that. We have really good mourning dove habitat in addition to, our pheasants and just wildlife in general. So I plant sunflower. I'm a big fan of the Alcar tall wheatgrass, Great Basin wild rye. And you can see there that we're winning, even on non-irrigated ground, which was a big, big challenge this last year.
What is that Russian thistle or is that cold? It looks almost like cold. What is Russian?
This?
Just Russian thistle?
It's
We're gonna
actually
ignore that, though.
some of that's tumbleweed.
Because the grass is looking great.
The grass is awesome. Yeah. I'm so excited about that. I just can't wait for this next year. I can't wait to hunt pheasants wading through grass. It's this tall. And permanent woody cover by it. And all that's been many years' work. Okay. It's one of my favorite little projects, poaching Russian olive. I'm a big Russian olive fan. So I get permission and I go down by the Sevier River and dig them up and prune them and get terribly stuck and get them home, take care of them, love them, plant them.
I'm pretty certain last year we had a picture of you stuck.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's every year, believe me. Okay.
Yeah, last year was this truck, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It might show up again. This is my twin, Jim Lamb. He's sitting on my tree planter and we're dragging this behind the tractor. I'm sure you've all seen the tree planters a million times, but this year we're putting in sumac and golden currant and some Siberian pea shrub. But last year I lost everything with no water, with just doing it like that. Go another slide. This is part of what we do that I've learned over time that you must do is put chicken wire around the root of the tree, every tree. And then you fold this up over the tree and bury it and you win because then the gophers can't get your roots. They absolutely love the root mass on anything you plant in my world. So I have trees that are many, many years old. The only way they've survived is by doing that. Okay. Another video, quick one. This is my helper, McRae. He's just planted the tree and I pulled up in the truck and I'm just thinking, I just love this kid. That's part of what you fund too. I have a good helper. I try to get a good person every year to come and work with me and take the challenges on and learn and teach them and help them and encourage them in many ways. This is kind of the same thing. That's the poached tree line that I call that I went and dug up in the tractor and put them in the ground. You can see, I mean, this is a shovel and that's how big that tree is already. So I probably saved 5 years worth of work out of doing that. So I'm going to continue doing that and hopefully I'll keep winning. Okay. This is a picture I took in about 1996. That's the beginning of the Pavon Upland game area. That's all I have. I planted all that. So now go ahead to the next picture. Through these drip lines and these tree systems and the type of trees that we planted. We'll go to the next one. Look at that. Now I took my big buck picture out.
Is that it?
No.
Did you kill it?
I shot the other one. That's right. Look at that, guys. Can you go back? Can you go back one more? That's what I started with. That antler was right there.
I'm just glad your camera skills have improved.
Excuse me. How about that?
It's awesome.
Isn't that awesome? This was actually, I have this, you can see the tack hole on the top. Like that's been on my bulletin board for eons of time. I just think back at that and I think, was I nuts? What in the world was I thinking? So I never had the dream that, go ahead a couple, that they're doing that and that. We could have this kind of habitat. These trees are those trees in that picture. That buck lived in those trees. He made it. That's postseason. That's a year ago.
How big was it? Shot him.
I would have shot him. I never saw him.
Next year.
I was just like, what? I know the deer move in there and hang out, but so it's good for upland game. It's good for everything. It's also good for big game. Nice deer. Okay. These are the same trees. That's the same picture from the same spot. Okay. As you can imagine, it seems like we get every hunter in the state. And that's okay. That's exactly what it's for. This is all the Pavant. Guys out in the field, old fence, new fence since then. You folks paid for that. Thank you. This guy, it's just a nonstop. It's guys from up north. It's guys from my local guys. It's great. And I mean, we're putting wild birds out there, or not wild, we're putting penrod birds, and we're getting SFW birds. Troy's been awesome to me. Troy gives me 10 grand extra every year. Part of what I do with that, okay, go ahead, is this program right here. This is New Hunter Day at the Pavant. This is not Youth Day. This is designed for any age hunter that considers themselves new to the program. So this last year we had beautiful young lady there trying it. She was probably 45, and she was out by herself that day with an over and under, giving it a try because there was no age limit. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to help people bring their friends from work. We're saying you don't have to be 17 and younger. You can be any age. Come on out and try it. Okay? Okay.
Gotta love the smiles.
Now this was the coolest thing that I learned this year. I went hunting and I got a couple roosters, and they were penrod birds, and I thought it had snowed and it was kind of nasty, and I'm thinking, I wonder what they ate. And I opened the crop. Does anybody have any idea what that berry is?
It's in the hot candies.
Oh, brother, that's what I'd expect from the water guy.
Are they real?
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Are they real?
No. Good try. Buffalo berry? No.
Sumac.
Yes. Can you believe that? I cannot believe that those pheasants were eating skunk bush sumac, and they were full of it. And the thing that's exciting about that is sumac can grow on the Pavant without additional water. I was completely excited by that. It's so cool. We can expand our habitat by putting sumac out there now and letting it just grow and winning with that. So very excited. I think that's what you do when you hunt, is you learn penrod birds adapted to that. They weren't, I expected to see cheatgrass or green in their crop or something like that they had found. They picked that up. And then as I noticed it and I was hunting, there was tracks around every sumac bush. It was great. Okay. New fence, new walkthroughs. Just part of what I do. I built that one. I made our new fence guys follow that pattern. They did a good job with it too. Okay. These swear words: new fence, old fence, new truck. Same. I still have the same truck. Okay. New fence. Nice. Thank you. Those are the trees right there that we've been talking about that have the buck in it. My pheasant pen's right up in the center of there. Okay. Oh, changing to Clear Lake now. Greatest wetland in the world, even though it's dry. It's pretty awesome. Okay.
That looks wet to me.
That's wet. It's going to get wet again. It's coming. No, it's not. No, it's not. Well, let's call the sheriff and get him out of here. Okay. Old fence at Clear Lake. Proposed to put in a new fence. You can see those posts have been in the ground a long time. Okay. Okay, same thing there. Trying to make the soil good. Manure haul just takes money. Okay. Manure makes better land. Okay. Buy lots of trees and shrubs. Part of my money goes to buy those. I try to plant. When my temporary gets 20 a day in, I try to get 10 every day somewhere. See, that's just life at my house. My temporary shows up in the morning. We start at 6. He starts watering those trees of my garden hose.
That's at your house?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, Eric, no. It's my pheasant pen. Okay. Bearded guy drives 8 hours to come and hunt Clear Lake in Phoenix. Okay. First pheasant for one of them. Blair? Blair's kind of a
That's a long
silent
time ago.
killer guy.
He totally is.
He kind of gets in there. He'll do some serious killing. Fun day.
He's a raider.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm big time.
Well, the whole thing was going well till that sticker popped.
Hey, now, come on now. Come on.
My husband's his friend now.
Okay, go next one.
He's got one friend.
Yeah, he's got one.
This is a family that drives from Ogden. They're there every Saturday.
Oh, I know them.
Do you?
They're Jacobsons.
Awesome. You do know them.
They'll try it with us.
Yeah. They hunt hard. They're good hunters. They hike their rear ends off there. All of them. Happy. They own dogs. They buy licenses. They travel. They come every weekend. It's the mom. It's not only her, it's her daughter and her husband and their kids. And they bring their trucks down, play in the dirt, and parents going on. It's a great thing. And half of those birds are our birds, half of them are SFW birds. Okay? Why would I have that? What's that porcupine in?
Russian olive.
Everything loves Russian olive, except people. That's at Clear Lake. Cool. Okay, next one. All right, this is kind of winding down to the last of my photos that I really wanted to talk about. This ditch is the same ditch. This picture is looking north. This is my cornfield, and this is a ditch that we made, and we planted it with olives and irrigated it, and that's before it was planted, and that's looking south. Same ditch. Okay, go to the next picture. This is my truck looking north after maybe 5 years. No, I'm not stuck again. So we have a nice cornfield here. This just gets the heck hunted out of it, provides great habitat for our wildlife, all different things use that, waterfowl, pheasants, and hunters. That tree row is the dirty part of what we do, right? I mean, it's there. It's not going anywhere. It's woody cover. It's close to food and water. And now the next challenge is to get this next video to play. And after we watch this, I want to ask you guys some questions. This was taken February 1st. For those wild birds? Or penrod birds?
They're not the wild birds that I hunt. Mine would be a mile down.
So it's super hard to know. And those guys have made it through the entire year, and they're there, and they're living on our habitat. They're living in our trees, they're living on our corn and our grass, and they're making a go of it. So I'm really happy that they can, they're my judge, whether anybody else likes my habitat or not. Well, it's the birds that show me.
And I mean, when you're looking at real penrod birds, like they're dead after a couple days. Like you put them out there, hopefully they get harvested that weekend. If not, most of the time they're gone.
But
so that's awesome to see that you have you've established a place that's good enough where you're getting penrod birds that are making it.
Yeah, they're making it.
Yeah, that's
making it.
That is neat.
And they were all released during the hunt, and they got the hell hunted out of them.
Yeah.
And they made it. Okay.
They made it because you made it look real pretty out there.
Yeah. Come on, one last picture, okay? This is my duck trapping and duck banding that we do. I think I have one more better picture. It's hard to beat that picture. She's a great helper, great friend of mine. One more. Okay. This is duck trapping and banding at Clear Lake. Any ideas how many ducks? What's the guess that we banded last year? Eric?
I don't know.
485. That's pretty good. We banded.
That's in a dry year.
Yeah. We banded green wing teal, like 250 green wingers, cinnamon teal, widgeon, pintail, and 100 mallards. And the banding program, and this year I saw a return that was so cool. It was from Arkansas. They shot it in the flooded timber, if you can believe that. And it was 5 years old from Clear Lake. So it brings some great data, and it certainly will be really getting it going soon. And it's just awesome. Awesome place, awesome for our waterfowl.
How many of them are retraps?
We might get of 500 ducks, we probably get 75 that are retraps, maybe. But we don't count them when we're saying we banded 485. Those are just retraps, right? Okay, I think I have the last picture. Trophy. And with that, I'll try to answer any questions or sit down and be quiet.
One, Lynn.
Yeah.
That work you've done on Bicknell Bottoms, and a lot of it had to do with the relationship with the county commissioner down there. So how is that relationship now?
You know what? I gotta say, it's so much better. When I first started over there, I felt like I was alone. And I was for many years. And what I did was hated and criticized, and I fenced it, and I got the cows off, and we're gonna control it, not you guys. And we have one county commissioner that's pretty rough on us. And by the time we were done with all of our meetings, and this last meeting we had with him, I stood outside and shook his hand. And we talked. And, he's trying to see our side of it. We're trying to see his side of it. And so everybody just kind of got together and said, let's make this better. Let's do whatever we can. Right, Gary?
His comment to me after we met with him in January, and he said, I don't think everything you're doing is going to work, but I thank you for trying.
Yeah.
Good. Good.
And so
I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, well, thank you. And like we're trying to get him on the track masters, and trying to get him involved that way, and just encourage him to come out. And the attitude has changed.
Good.
So,
well, thanks for your efforts down there.
Thank you.
You doing anything different then? Is this pretty much the same request?
Pretty much the same stuff. Trees, fertilizer, seed, temporary, cover all the ground, fencing.
I'll jump in. I heard some discussion earlier on this while I was driving. You guys added some money to some budgets, but the seasonal employees get more expensive. So if you want to do that to these ones, we're okay with that. The same.
My seasonal was just
Are you in seasonal employees?
Yeah.
Do you need more?
this thing. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do
Yeah.
you need more?
The answer is based on when I built this budget, I didn't know about the seasonal increases. So yes, when I asked for 14,000 for them, yeah, 15 would be better. Yeah.
Do you have a 6 month, a 12 month?
I'm honestly lucky to get 4 months. By the time, typically I'm getting a kid from Delta that's a farm kid, you know, that can handle it. And they make it from high school getting out the end of May to, you know, September. Sometimes I can get them to come and help us, like let birds go and stuff like that. But I'm always looking for good help. I'm nice to my helpers, but we work. I just expect you to work. That's all. I'll be as nice as I can be, but we're going to get those trees in the ground. We're going to do it right. And all this stuff is going to be there in 100 years. All of it. That's what I'm excited about.
Okay, so Gary, you've got 5 on this and then
Another
14 on the
So if I
pavons.
was, my notes I made when I was listening this morning, is if we went from 5 to 5,500 for the pavot and 14K to 15K on the other one, I think that would be.
Okay, I'll make those changes.
That was your recap for your whole area, right?
All of my
The community session just covered 2 proposals.
Okay.
And now we're in the database, saying, here's the budget part.
Okay. Hey, Lynn.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Well, thank you.
That's super fun to see.
I'm so
It's a
glad.
time perspective.
Yeah.
Like, that's cool.
Well, thank you. And you know what? I say this most sincerely. It's a team effort.
Sure.
And if the Habitat Council hadn't been favorable to me when I first started out that terrible picture, you know, my guys could have X'd the pavant so easily, and they didn't. And they let me keep trying. And so I really thank everybody for just believing. And I think it'll be here for 100 years.
So I'll make the motion to approve 6691 and 6692.
A second.
Wait. Can we amend that it has, did you already increase the lot of budget amounts?
Mhm.
Okay.
I'll be frugal with your money, folks. I will not waste it. So
Tyler, you made a motion and you seconded it. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Any opposed, say no. Okay, so those are passed for 66, 91, and 92. Thanks, man.
thank you, guys.
I always love the good show and presentation you have. It really shows how that money is spent.
Well, thank
and,
you. And I'm going to leave.
So-
So we'll leave on a good note. Come and see me sometime, okay?
So yeah, it's fun to see it on a PowerPoint, but it's even more when we ride in the truck with him. We'll show you every single tree he
Or
ever.
go walk it with a shotgun. I've done that, so.
Yeah, for sure.
Lynn, don't you drown that tractor, man. Big trouble.
Okay, looks like, let's take a break for 10 minutes.
You must have a pretty good reputation about your driving.
Okay.
You got hammered last year.
Great. Thanks, Paul. All right, we're back. Okay, we've got 5 more projects and then we're done for today. I think Curtis, you got the rest of these, the next 4 anyway. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, so the next one then is 6725 Quichpa Lake hydrology. Go for it.
I think the best way to start with this one is to go to the map and zoom out so you can kind of see the dry south end of the lake and the wetter northern end of the lake. And it tells a little bit of a story of what's going on here.
Hey, Curtis, can I interrupt you really quick?
Yeah.
Can you just introduce who you are and what you do there?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm the habitat restoration biologist in the southern region, and I'm actually presenting this project today for Dustin Shively, who works for the BLM, but we've worked together on the previous phases of this project. You guys have been instrumental in helping fund this project before, and so I'll be presenting that for him today, and we work together down here. So
thanks, Curtis.
Looking at the map, there's a wet area and a dry area, and the Iron County water conservation districts and several people have worked together to build these dikes and control structures that allow for water to move between the far north end, the middle portion of the lake, and the southern portion of the lake. And what happened in some of the previous years is we have gone in and, similar to what Jake Shoppy presented, we've made some potholes, created some islands for waterfowl to rest on. And we're thinking that this year is finally going to have enough water that the entire area of the lake is going to be inundated. And we're looking to try to put some plants on these islands so that we can stabilize the soils and try to not be 25 years down the road having to rebuild these islands because we didn't put the plant structures on them to begin with. And so there's plant rows that are mapped out here, and some of the planting is similar to what was presented for like Pavant WMA, looking to create hedgerows for the pheasant hunting that happens on this property and create areas where they can use tree cover. There's piles from the old Tamarisk that you're seeing here that was removed, and, trying to pile that up to create habitat for, cottontail rabbits and several of the small game mammal species. And just overall looking to, when this project originally started, you had an area that there was no control of the water, and it was kind of an area that was being neglected by the people. And now it's an area where people come and recreate, hunt waterfowl, hunt, put and take pheasants. And I know we've talked a lot about creating habitat for put and take and the value and contrast there. One of the big things that we're trying to do with creating the habitat maybe is not necessarily to create a wild population here, but to create some locations where when we put these birds here, they stay on property that is controlled by us until hunters can come and actually take them, rather than just flying off into the adjacent landowners' properties and being in places where people can't even access and hunt. And so that's part of the goal here with creating what we're creating. But ultimately, we're talking about buying some potted plants and putting some seed on these islands and row corridor areas for waterfowl on the islands, and then upland game birds that get put out in these areas in the upland portions. And those lines represent rough designated areas that we think we can be successful with these efforts, and we're going to put some effort into trying to create some good habitat for waterfowl and upland wildlife in this area.
Cool. Thanks, Curtis. Any questions for him on this one?
I didn't. I liked it. It's a good project.
Cool. Is everybody familiar with the Quichpa Lake area?
The only spot in Iron County that has waterfowl or that.
We live in a desert down here, so anything we can do to make this place better than what it is right now or maintain what is there right now, I think is valuable input and does see a lot of use from upland and waterfowl hunters when we have water there. And so that's the goal with what we've done with the ability to keep water in specific areas, is to try to, on low water years, at least have somewhere that has water. If it's spread out across the entire lake like it historically used to, that water would evaporate and it would be just a dry lake bed at some point during the year. And so if we can control that water and keep it in a smaller area, we have that water available for a longer period of time. And like I said, I think this year we might have enough water to actually inundate the entire area. So that's what we're hoping for.
I forget, how big is this area?
I would guess it's probably 70-ish acres for the entire lake bed is ballpark. I haven't mapped it out exactly, but that's somewhere 70 to 100 acres, I would guess.
Have you guys seen since they started up with that aquifer recharge project, has that affected how much water gets out to that Quichaba Lake at all?
Yes, they have the ability to redirect that water to several different places. And so there is some prioritization of historic water that used to all come to Quichaba Lake. It now goes to several different locations, and the success of whether or not that's really truly recharging the aquifer or whether it's just evaporating from different locations is debatable. But even those other locations are probably still serving the benefits of waterfowl, just in areas where it's probably less likely that they're going to be being hunted at. And so we're trying to create a place here where we can have both waterfowl using the area and hunting in the area.
Precise perspective, I just looked on Onyx, and the BLM property right there is just right at 1,000 acres, and that looks like the lake beds. It's about half of that, so it's actually closer to 500 acres.
Cool.
Thanks, Gary.
Any other questions on this one? Okay, we have a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, motion from Randy. Yes, second.
I'll second.
Second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, that one carries. Okay, next one, 6709 North Hills BLM, Big Game Guzzler.
Okay, let's go to the map on this project as well. And if you can zoom out so you can kind of see the ag crops to the east in the Enterprise Valley, that would be awesome for some talking points. So the reason for proposing this guzzler is a couple years ago, we had the North Hills wildfire, and the area, generally speaking, used to house wintering deer along the foothills between where the dot is and where the ag fields are. You can see the change of color there. That's the fire scar from that North Hills fire. And once that fire burned, we actually started watching the collar data, and we realized that the deer that were in this area actually had moved from bordering the ag fields to the west, where they had better cover and thermal cover. And we're starting to use that area. And then we're hopeful that the reseeding and rehabilitation of the fire efforts will provide some food and forage options for those mule deer to spend less time in areas where we might see depredation and more time in areas where we want them to be. And so that's the reason for this guzzler, is to try to give them water resources a mile to 2 miles away from where we're getting depredation issues. As you look through the pictures here, this shows the style of guzzler that we would be building in this area. And, you know, it has a 24 by 36 foot apron with PEX piping down to a drinker and float box system that can be turned on and turned off, and likely in this area would probably just be left on year round and try to provide year round water resources for the deer using this area. There's also a few elk that are starting to pull into this area, but most likely the major use would be deer. One thing that is noteworthy with this guzzler and the next two guzzlers that I'll be presenting to you guys today, the water rights issue kind of caught us flat-footed on this one, and we're not certain where we're going to settle out on it. And so I want to be upfront and transparent on that currently we don't have water rights to build these guzzlers, and we're looking for options. We've been working with Eric to try to figure out what options might be available and if there are things out there that could be transferred. And we're not exactly sure where this sits, but if you were to approve this for funding, before we actually commit dollars to it, we would try to have that sorted out and a decision made on where we stand. Can we actually get the water rights, or do we need to postpone and present this again at another time?
What's the size of the apron triggers the water rights dispute?
2,500 gallons is what you can put on the landscape without a water right. And this guzzler would be 10,200 gallons. And so it does need a water right in order to be put out there.
It's cheating, but can you just put in multiple small ones?
You could put in multiple small ones if you felt like that would work. But one thing that we are really proud of in the southern region is the guzzlers that we build actually keep the water below the surface of the ground and keep it cool. And it tends to grow way less algae and be a clean, clear drink of water. And if you were to put multiple 2,500 gallon catchments on the surface, the way they catch water is with a dome-shaped lid, and it gets the sunshine on that lid and tends to get a lot of algae growing in those systems with the heat of the desert down here. And so we find that it's maybe, although the volume might be there, that it's not utilized in the way that these underground designs give us a lot higher utilization. And so yes and no, I think you could, but I don't know if it would serve the exact same purpose that we're trying to do.
So just to throw out something to you, I know we've installed quite a few up here, and then we end up building an apron over the top of it to create the shade.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're having a lot of problem with the algae. I don't know if they've created enough shade down there or not, but just so you know, and it actually catches water better than the top.
Yeah, I know Kendall has put in a couple of designs that are similar to what you're talking about. And this is being requested by Jason Nichols. And to be straight up honest with you, if we end up not being able to sort through the issues with water rights, I think that's when we go back to Jason and talk about what other options are available and out there, and get his input on whether or not he wants to pursue those options. He's the driving force behind me presenting these guzzlers to you today, and he has a long list of guzzlers that he'd like to either put new on the landscape or rebuild and make function correctly. And so this is just the start of hopefully several years of trying to update the water on the landscape.
The other thing in this area is a lot of the moisture comes in heavy amounts in the summer. And so having these big 10,000 gallon capacities really helps us capture that.
Oh, they're better. That's absolutely better on there.
These are way better.
Eric, you're gonna be able to work through water rights issues, right?
They're trying.
Eric, do it.
He found one that Jim Yardley could sell us.
Yeah.
The other thing I would add, relative to the discussion, you're going to hear three different guzzlers here. This one is largely a mule deer type guzzler. The other two you're going to hear are elk guzzlers, and the 10,000 gallons is absolutely necessary. It's not even a discussion point about it.
And with this one too, there are starting to be some elk show up in this area, and they could get a bit of a foothold here. So I'm not saying there aren't elk here, but primarily this one's for deer, and 10,200 gallons isn't certain necessary, but that it follows the design that we've been going with. So noteworthy in here, we talked about increases in seasonals. There is some seasonal stuff in here. I don't know if it makes a whole lot of sense to increase these. I think the amount of effort put in by the seasonals is probably not necessary to increase those amounts. And so I think our funding page is pretty solid. And unless the apron materials and the I-beams that are steel and tin jump significantly between now and then, these dollar amounts represent what was current as of last year. And so I hope we're within the ballpark, but that's our best estimate given the current nature of the world. So.
Hey, Curtis, are you going to fence these and put exclusionary fencing around them?
Yes, much like was seen in the pictures, we put a 4-strand barbed wire fence that is not designed to really be jumped over or utilized by wildlife. It's designed to exclude everything out of that area, over the area where the apron and the downspout and gutter are. And then the area where the drinker itself is gets a 3-pole lodge pole rail fence. And we try to build those within the specs that we think wildlife will go into and utilize. So the water is exclusively for wildlife. There will be no utilization by livestock on these wildlife guzzlers.
Cool.
I'll just mention these will also go to the conservation permit funding meeting that we'll have with all the sportsman groups. So the habitat dollar amount may change based on
to approve a project where there's no certainty that it can be built without the water rights
We hope we
question.
can resolve that by the April meeting.
Yeah, I would hope that we could, if you guys like the project and like the idea of it, if you were to approve it for funding consideration, before you actually put dollars towards this, we'll have an answer back to you. And when Gary comes to that meeting, if we don't have water rights secured, then we won't pursue funding until we have something more solid than just a maybe.
And Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, but some projects that fall through, that money just gets pushed over, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this gets pushed down to the next project. Okay. Any other questions on these?
Make the motion to approve.
Okay, the motion from Tyler. Second from Randy. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay. Okay, next one, 6712.
Okay, this is Big Wash number 1, and there are 2 other guzzlers on the list, but we'll focus on this one for this year in this general area. This is a new build in an area where there is heavy use by pronghorn antelope, deer, and elk, but primarily pronghorn and elk use the area. And it would be to build a new guzzler, 10,200 gallons, with the design that you saw in the pictures before, 24 by 36 foot apron with the tanks underground flowing to a drinker box. This is in the Southwest Desert, west of the town of Milford, and just an area where we have habitat. We have high use by these game animals, but when the water doesn't allow them to stay here, they move off and go to other places. We'd like to create water on the landscape and allow for them to stay here. Similar to before, we do not have the water rights secured for this guzzler, but we are working to figure out what we can and can't do. And yeah, if you approve it, we'll make sure that we have an answer to you before you actually put funding towards it. Noteworthy on this project and the next one I'll be presenting, there is some mitigation money from a company that needs to work out some mitigation that could potentially fund 1 or 1.5 of these guzzlers. And so if that were to be the case and we find the water rights and all the things come together, the ask from Habitat Council and subsequently from WRI in the future for sportsmen's groups would be significantly less due to both of these being in the area where their mitigation could be applied.
Do they have any? So a naive question for you. Would we have the same water rights issue if this was on Sitla land?
I understand the water right issue to be universal across all landscapes. And so if you build them anywhere, then you need to have water rights for the collection of storage, regardless of land ownership, if it's above 2,500 acres. And I asked the next one is a previously constructed, we would be redoing it. I asked if there was any kind of grandfather in, we don't need to get a water right because it's already been there. And I was told there is no grandfathered in. If we construct new or replace old, we need to have a water right tied to it in order to be following the rules.
Next question for you. I don't know this area, but you have pronghorn as one of your main species, which means it's going to be relatively flat or rolling country. So I'm questioning the checker element of this.
Yeah, so there are chuckers all over the foothills. If you were to dot the upland game bird guzzlers that are in this area, I think there's probably between Highway 21 and where this big game guzzler is, I think there's 2 or 3 on that distance between there, and it's heavily utilized by chuckers and gets hunted by chucker hunters. So this is one of the areas where a lot of our chucker hunting in the southern region takes place, kind of along those mineral mountain ranges all the way up through north of Highway 21 right there. So chuckers are definitely in the area.
Okay.
Cool. Any other question on this one anyway?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, we have a motion from Randy. Is there a second? Second from Angie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. How much you want to say about the next one there?
Yeah, I think it's, I'm not to sound like a broken record, the difference between this one and the other two is it's a rebuild of an existing guzzler that's been there. And the reason it ranked high on Jason Nichols' priority list for presenting to you today is because it's an established site where the elk have been used to coming and getting a drink, and they come and check here and it's dysfunctional right now, not working. And so to be able to put water back in an area where they're used to coming to and having water available for them is a big bonus on this one. And all of the remainder of the presentation would be very similar to what we've talked about on the other two. Same design, and it does, based on my knowledge, still need a water right, even though there is an existing guzzler there. As soon as we tear it out and put new in, it needs to be tied to a water right to meet the criteria. So that's what this one is. Heavily used by elk in this area in all times of the year, but also has all of the others. And you'll notice I added golden eagle to the list. Daniel Finlayson, our small mammals coordinator here in the southern region, commented on these projects and said that her father did some work on golden eagles and they come and bathe in the drinker troughs. So I added them to the list of species on this. So I promise I'm not crazy. It was a comment made by somebody, and so we added them to the list because they felt it was justified.
Get a picture of that.
I wish I had a picture. If I get one, I'm adding it to the images and documents section.
Nice. Any other questions on this? Okay.
I mean, what's wrong with the old guzzler? I'm just wondering if it does need a water right, and water rights are expensive, how bad is the old one?
I think there's something dysfunctional with the tank and it's not storing water anymore. So the catchment is catching water, putting it down into the tank, and then it's rotted out or leaking out of the ground. And it was put in prior to the water rights need. And so the tank is bigger than 2,500 gallons, and to replace what was existing there and meet the needs of the elk herd that is utilizing this area, you would need more than what is required to have a water right, is my understanding. We'll work hard to try and find water rights for all three of them and see what we can come up with. We're going to try to get creative and look at every option that's out there, and hopefully we can find what we need. But prioritization, if we had to prioritize, probably would be Shanty Hills, and then the Mule Deer one west of Enterprise with the North Hills, and then back to Big Wash would be our numbering system if we prioritized them in order. So thanks for your consideration on all three, but specifically we still have to make a decision on this one, I guess.
Yep, good motion on this one.
I'll motion.
Okay, motion from Tyler. Second from Kobe. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. All right.
Thank you.
That concludes our Southern Region projects. Thanks, Gary, for coming. One more, Central Region. Looking to see who we've got online. Talk about Manti Meadows.
All right. Hi, guys. It's Robbie Edgley here in Central Region.
Hi, Robbie.
I'll be presenting this one. So if you want to go to the images, well, yeah, there you go. You can see that first is fine. Showing Manti Meadows, WMA. It's southwest of Manti. And then if you go to the project details, I got a PDF PowerPoint in the documents. All right, so we've this is for phase 4 of this project, and done quite a bit of work, and I'll just kind of show some pictures through this of what we've done. But in this phase, we're really just trying to, big part of it is protecting what we've done, making sure that we're protecting it from trespass grazing, basically. You'll scroll down. So yeah, just showing you where the project is. Go ahead and go down. So as I mentioned, main objectives are protecting previous work that we've done, and then continuing to improve the wetlands and upland game habitat. Go ahead and scroll down. So here's some before and after photos. So beginning in 2018, Danny Summers and the heavy equipment crew. So the ponds out there, it's a waterfowl management area, and a lot of the ponds had gone dry by 2018 from drought and the water table dropping. And so a waterfowl management area doesn't do great without water. And so our first beginning phase of this project was to try to get the spring that flowed into these ponds to start going. And so we, as you can see, the excavator went there and dug out the head of that spring just to expose that water. And then really quickly after doing that, it filled up, as you can see there, just a few months later, and already wetland vegetation was growing, and we're beginning to fill back those ponds a little bit. On the next page. Just another area there, we just removing some of that dirt and exposing the spring head and allowing it to flow through. And really some quick changes, really fun to see. And what's crazy is when you get, it's like there's little frog seeds out there in the landscape. As soon as you get water, frogs just appear out of nowhere, and you just wonder where they came from, but it's pretty cool. Next slide. Just some more before and afters. You can kind of see how dry it was, and the water just barely, starting to flow through there. Next slide. Then that's one of the first phases of the project. We did this. Eric Anderson came out with us, and we looked at this old well that just wasn't flowing anymore, and we ripped it out and dug down and placed this pipe in there, and just a perforated pipe surrounded with some gravel, and it's been flowing now for 5 years consistently. You can see the flow there, and it's really, I don't have a great picture, but coming downstream, it's probably a mile of wetland vegetation now and marshes. So it's been really cool. Next slide. And then out there's some big ponds. There's 2 really big old ponds with like dikes built around them. And in 2018, there just was hardly any water in there. You can see that top picture. And that's actually after we started doing work. So there was actually less water than that when we began. But in the bottom picture, you can see how it's completely filled both of those big pond areas and even beyond. Next slide. This past summer, did some really cool work with the heavy equipment crew. We tried to, there's 2 springs on the north end there of Manti Meadows that just completely went dry. And so we dug down and did this kind of perpendicular trench to the slope, and then another trench going down the middle there, and put some pipe in there and some pond liner once we got down to the water table, and then just kind of angled it out down slope and had the water coming out down slope. If you'll go next slide. And that's, you can see where the pipe at the end of that is continually flowing. It's been flowing for over a year now. And that picture there to the right, just kind of some of the ponding that was created down below and what was just cheatgrass fields basically. So it's really fun to see the change from cheatgrass to now wetland vegetation. Ducks and all kinds of things are out there now. Next. Yeah. So here's some of those ponds as they've been filling up. You can see all the green vegetation now around the edges of the big lake there. And we actually last winter in 2022 or 2021 went and installed these goose nest platforms, and they actually nested them. You can see the hatched eggshells there last summer. That's kind of cool. And we put in 3 of those, I believe. Next slide. And that's just kind of, it's really hard to capture with photos how much water is out there now. But you can kind of see there that close pond, and then off in the distance, there's quite a bit of water out there. So it's been really fun to see the changes. Just a little bit of work that you guys helped fund the last few years has really made a big difference, and just kind of wanted to show the good work that you guys have helped make possible. And so now going down, next slide, into this year's, and then one last thing, for native fish, our native aquatics biologists have looking for least chub reserve population sites, places they can put least chub to kind of protect the populations in case one of they lose one of their populations, they'll have some other locations to draw from. And so this last summer we went out and released a bunch of least chub out there in those ponds. So that's just kind of another fun benefit. Next slide. And I will say, I was hoping, I couldn't find the picture, but Jacob Hall, one of our biologists, went out there and had a triple crown day. He killed a mallard duck, a pheasant, and a cottontail all in one morning out there. And a lot of people are now going out there and duck hunting, and we release pheasants out there every year. And so it's really been a cool place, and it's getting better and better. But one of the problems is we have trespass grazing. We have someone has a trailing right through the property, and then we just have fences around the perimeter that are not in great shape, and cows get through, and it just, months can go by before we realize that cows are on us, and they can do a lot of damage in that time. And so we've lost, some of the vegetation that's growing, and So what we want to do is improve the border fences. We want to construct some post and rail exclosures around those wetland ponds that we've created, and then build a fence along the southern border of the property that'll kind of keep the trailing cows from being able to just go all over the property. Just funnel them through our property as quickly as possible. And then we're asking for some additional money to have the heavy equipment crew come out and do some more work, canals and just dispersing that water even further and building some ponds across the property. And then just some money for seed for some pheasant plots. We have planted probably 400 pounds of seed per acre out there the last 2 years, and nothing has grown. And so I'm hoping something will pop up this year now that we got some water, but I'm asking for some more seed. Hopefully one of these years it'll grow out there. But go ahead, next slide. So yeah, we'll just do some drill seeding. Next slide. Post and rail fence. This is one of the first phases. We did build a parking lot out there, improved it, and built this fence that you see here and installed that kiosk. So we've really put a lot of attention into this property the last few years and help make it a better place and a kind of a showcase WMA. Next slide. And then yeah, just improve fence seen along the border, and I think go down to the budget there. Next slide. So just asking for around 60,000 there. And we'll have contractors build some of the new fencing, use dedicated hunters and seasonals to improve the existing fencing. And yeah, a lot of different things there. So any questions?
So Robbie, on your budget, I see down at the bottom where it says funding, it says your WRI 76,000. Is there a specific, or am I missing something for Habitat Council?
You know what? I thought I changed that. So let me tell you what we were going to do. Do 50% from WRI and 50% of it from Habitat Council, and do an 80% waterfowl, 10 upland, and 10 non-game fish.
Robbie, do you know where it ranked WRI yet?
Yeah, it ranked in the highs, kind of the bottom end of the highs. So it should get some WRI money.
So at 50%, you're like.
So we're looking at 30,000 ish. Let me just do it real quick. I got that.
Did you say waterfowl, Allison? I think it should get some waterfowl money.
Yeah, I said I talked about this with Daniel last night, and talked about 80% waterfowl. So it's $30,067.50.
Robbie, there's some questions about the trailing rights on the property, and then in addition, like trespass cattle. So what's the major issue? Is it trespass cattle, or is it the trailing right? Just to understand that.
Yeah, it's kind of both. Yeah, I mean, we have pretty good relationships with just the surrounding landowners and guys who have cattle, but just seems like they get in and somehow and then yeah, they're just there for a little while. So it's kind of both. It's making sure those fences are solid around the perimeter there, and then and then we have someone who takes trails cattle through there twice a year. And they just sometimes don't get all their cows through, or kind of linger longer, I would say, than we'd like them to. So just to try to avoid, just to try to deal with that situation. We've tried a lot to deal with it, just working with them, but.
Curiosity sake, how many cows is it that come through on that trespass, on the trail rights thing?
I'm not sure exactly how many cattle he trails through there, but this last summer, what really instigated this is he had a cow, at least one in there, pretty much the whole summer until we realized it, probably halfway into the summer before we realized that there was a cow out there, and it did quite a bit of damage. And then we had about 20 head of cows from a neighbor that were there maybe 2 weeks. But even in that time, they just sucked right in onto the water spots, of course, and can do a lot of damage. So
They're not willing or interested in partnering up to help, are they?
I think they're willing to help build it. So on fixing the perimeter fencing, that landowner will probably put some time into helping with that. But yeah, definitely not the other person. When I talked to him last summer, he said, I'll get my cows off of you when you get the deer off of me. So. So it's been a whole deal. I mean, he's had issues with our law enforcement and stuff. So
Are you still having sheep trespass too?
I haven't noticed any sheep lately.
That's good.
Yeah.
One of the neighbors used to just open the gate and let their sheep in. Yep.
Any other questions on this one?
It's good to hear that's gotten better.
Mhm.
We have a motion, man.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Thanks, Randy. Second?
I'll second.
Second from Angie. Everyone in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. All right.
Thanks, guys.
To our agenda. Thanks, Robbie. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's the end of our agenda. Thank you again for coming and taking time, whole day to come and hang out with us and propose a good project. So we appreciate it. Our next meeting again is March 16th at the Eccles Wildlife Education Center in Farmington. And we'll start at 9, in conjunction with Blue Ribbon that day. So it'll be a good long day talking about fish.
When I send out the agenda, it will be attached in the calendar invite. So if you ever need to find that agenda, it's just going to be in the calendar invite.
Just, after we talked or went back and forth, I cannot make that open.
Oh, really?
Just saved my life. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because of the.
No, I'll make sure I send you one.
If you wouldn't mind.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just me being dumb, but I could.
Probably some security or something.
Okay. Well, I'll accept the motion to adjourn.
It's just a PDF.
Motion to adjourn.
Done. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
I don't leave your hand.